Every day, more and more people are realizing that corporate media toes the lie for the establishment. Wouldn't it be great if there were an anti-media that could challenge and counter this never-ending psyop? Oh wait, there was! You probably don't know me, but the news outlet I used to run, literally called the Anti-Media, was one of the biggest independent news organizations and one of the first casualties in the waves of censorship that have swept social media for years now. You've heard of the Twitter files, but the now never-ending euphemistic war on fake news and disinformation, which tends to mean anything that challenges their authority, started well before the censorship covered in the Twitter files. Here's a lesser-known history of the establishment's modern crusade against
fake news,
misinformation,
fake news,
conspiracy theories, disinformation,
fake news.
In 2016, they panicked at Warhawk Hillary's loss and began a campaign to demonize non-establishment, translation questioning the narrative, media. In an early shot in this information war, the Washington Post, which has a long history of colluding with the CIA and spreading propaganda, dragged the anti-media into a hit piece by citing a group of anonymous trolls who listed the anti-media, among many others, as agents of or useful idiots for Russia. Shockingly, this was fake news. The article was widely publicized and harshly criticized, and though they later acknowledged the shoddy sourcing, it was too late. The
Experts
said it, so it was true. The corporate media kept relentlessly pushing this fake news narrative. In 2018, to save democracy, Facebook partnered with the Digital Forensics Research Lab of the Atlantic Council, one of the most establishment organizations on Earth. The Atlantic Council's board of directors is stocked with ex-intelligence, State Department, and military authorities. It's funded by the corporate oligarchy and a range of domestic and foreign government agencies. The so-called research lab later turned up in the Twitter files. The anti-media was unapologetically anti-war, and we routinely called out politicians, government, and the media for promoting the empire, so...
I'm in danger!
Within 5 months of the Atlantic Council joining forces with Facebook, hundreds of outlets and pages, many of them political and with views ranging across the spectrum, were removed from the platform in a single day ahead of the 2018 midterms. Facebook deemed the purge a crackdown on inauthentic activity and spam. Most of the media faithfully reported that they were fighting fake news and fraud. They got the anti-media in this purge, and only hours later on the same day, Twitter removed us too, and even went after my personal account. Was the research lab behind our ban? It's as good a guess as any, but if they were, they're probably never going to admit it. And to my knowledge, the Twitter files didn't cover Twitter purges in 2018. What I do know is that we lost our jobs and millions of followers who wanted information outside the mainstream that didn't pander to partisans or prop up politicians and government as false saviors. Unsurprisingly, politicians and the mainstream media are free to spread mis and disinformation, as they've done for generations. They're free to repeatedly call for violence, clear violations of platform rules. Meanwhile, people who call this out have been demonized and silenced, and those in power still want more control. All these years, I felt personally gaslit by the establishment, which I used to trust wholeheartedly before I started questioning official narratives. But I've had a lot of time to contemplate my censorship punishment, and I decided a long time ago I still will not be complying with their twisted, manipulated version of reality. So I'm back with a new writing project to carry the torch. And to celebrate it, I'm gonna burn that disgraceful Washington Post article, but not as a rejection of the spirit of journalism or its importance, even if I think many of the people who work for corporate media are misguided, deceitful, imperial collaborators.
We see these beautiful pictures at night from the decks of these two U.S. Navy vessels in the Eastern Mediterranean. I am tempted to quote the great Leonard Cohen, "I'm guided by the beauty of our weapons."
I'm torching it because it's a pleasure to burn this symbol of the rotting, illegitimate system that masquerades as a shepherd of the people it rules over. It's a pleasure to burn all the lies, manipulation, and propaganda this article represents. Check out my new Substack, Pleasure to Burn, at pleasuretoburn.substack.com.
I am so sorry for being a conspiracy theorist. I never meant to send any hate, harassment, malice, libel, all these things. Not my intention. So from this point forward, I want to say we should all be listening to Dr. Andrea Love. Look at her. She's obviously the scientist, and I look like an idiot. Let me tell you, this hat does not project any expertise. So let's do science today, according to Dr. Love. Let's start with food dyes. Apparently it's not really a big problem, so I don't know. Let's keep consuming it. Done. While we're at it, maybe let's also eat some more sugar. Glyphosate, it's a low toxicity herbicide. What are we getting up in arms about here? Rising cancer rates? Probably just clickbait. Aluminum containing antiperspirants are safe and effective. What does carcinogenic really mean, right? The WHO, what do they know? They're contributing to misinformation. And fear-mongering about processed foods? How dare people do that? That is harming our public health and science literacy. I mean, this page is just full of good science. Also, she wants us to know that she doesn't work for Kellogg's or Monsanto or Bayer or anybody like that. Her LinkedIn says she works for a company called Revity. Totally different thing. It's just a life science company that sells stuff to big pharma. Totally no conflict of interest there. In fact, we need to be listening to her more. We could all be getting very, very rich. This last part's very, very serious. Please do not send her any hate. We do not do that. But show her the kind of people we are by only sending her kind and loving messages so she has a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend, a wonderful life.
Welcome to the Independent Review, a weekly podcast where we bring you the latest from the world of independent journalism.
Welcome to another episode of the Independent Review, live on the AM Wakeup channels on Rumble, Odyssey, and Rockfin. Let's get right into this first clip with Ricky Verandas and his interview with James Corbett.
Let people forget, like, in our personal lives, our opinions was having an effect on our friendships, our family relationships, in our community. Like, it was having real life consequences. Speaking out, and the people who did it when it was the most difficult, like, I can't thank you guys enough, because honestly, I could do it because you guys did it. Because, like, sometimes I think about that, how, like, the same way listeners would reach out to me, and I'm sure they reached out to you, saying that, like, hey, thank you for making me feel sane. Well, guess what? Like, there's other people in the community that were also helping me, because when I was saying, like, this doesn't make sense, and how are people accepting this explanation? This explanation has no logic, makes no sense. And then I hear you say it, and then I hear Jason Burma say it, and then I hear Cristian from The Last American Vagabond, and I hear Richard Grove, and I hear all these people. I'm like, oh, I'm not going crazy. Like, what I see is actually, doesn't make sense, and I'm not the only one seeing it. So it's like,
yeah.
We all helped each other. And it also...
Which, I mean, can you imagine if that had taken place 20 years ago, before there was really an online media to speak of? The only thing you would have heard about the scamdemic, all you would have heard about it, other than from your immediate close friends and family, would have been through corporate media. And so you would have heard the one and only line that people were allowed to say. And you wouldn't have even heard, if there was some dissenter that was speaking out, they would have been immediately censored, and you would never have heard any of that. So... it's interesting, the time that we're living through. And yeah, I mean, sometimes it reoccurs to me, the sort of the magnitude of what happened there. I mean, I will never have another documentary that will be seen by 1 million people ever again, because YouTube took away my audience, as it were. I'm not even upset, because I never expected that. I mean, it was an enemy weapons platform that I was using to get the word out, and I was able to do that for almost 15 years or whatever. So yay, good. But I never expected it would last. But anyway, that's gone, because I wouldn't shut up, and I got all the warnings and strikes, and you better not talk about this stuff, and I kept talking about it, and I wasn't going to use code words or hide behind anything. I couldn't even imagine doing that. It wouldn't have been me if I had done that. Okay, well, guys, it's cornholio disease, and don't get your carrot juice and whatever. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk like a 3-year-old babbling child and try to do the tap dance around the authoritarians. I'm just not. And if that means I will never reach 1 million people again, oh well, it was fun while it lasted. But, let's go back to that keyword trauma, because actually you talking about that does put into perspective something that I very, very, very seldom consciously think about, because like the fish swimming in water, you never think about the water. I grew up in a loving, supportive household with two parents who loved me and took care of me and put food on the table, roof over my head. We had a loving, supporting family, and they encouraged me, and they were wonderful to me, the best parents anyone could ask for. And that's something I hardly ever think about, because doesn't everyone have that? Isn't that the way it is? But no, of course, there are people who deal with trauma that they have had inflicted in them in their childhood from their parents or guardians or people that they trusted most, have had that trust violated, stepped on by narcissistic abusers, whatever. And, that's the kind of thing you're not going to just get over and just move on. It's going to affect you and the way that you approach things in life. So, it's one thing to stand in judgment of people who will never question authority, but who knows what happened to them in their childhood that put them in that frame of mind or what have you. And how do you, rather than lecturing and wagging your finger at such people, how do you get them to process that trauma? Because you're right, yeah, there's a difference between just revisiting trauma over and over and over and over, re-traumatizing yourself every time, and actually processing trauma. Because, yeah, I don't think you should just hide it away and pretend it never happened. But what is the point, for example, of telling your wife about the day that you had and the interaction and whatever? It's not simply just to relive the trauma again. It's to try to process it, to try to put it in some sort of frame and narrative and understand it, and then think about, well, how can I approach this differently in the future? And so there is a productive way to approach that. And there are less productive ways of just revisiting trauma and getting re-traumatized every single time. So, I'm not much of a psychotherapist, so I'm not going to be able to do that. And of course, in this type of platform where we're talking to however many people that we don't know and have no idea, we're not looking at them, we're not talking to them. So how can we do that? That's the kind of thing that has to be done on the one-on-one level with friends and family. But anyway, there's a lot of situations out there. And yeah, mea culpa. I think myself and probably other people probably shouldn't be so finger waggy at every single person, because again, a lot of people are dealing with trauma on a level that I can't even really properly comprehend.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think that some of those people who just went along with the narrative and didn't push back, like you said, they're a product of their environment. Their parents were probably the exact same way. They went to school. They were told, always listen to teacher, never ask, too many questions, don't push back, don't talk back, all these things. I mean, my wife's like that. And her father's a great person. She comes from a great supportive family, but they've always been rule followers, right? So like when we're at the grocery store during COVID and there's nobody in the grocery store and there's arrows pointing in the opposite direction that I'm walking, she's telling me not to go down the aisle. And I'm like, I don't give a F. I'm like, it's right there. I'm not going to walk all the way around. There's nobody, I'm the guy who, when there's nobody around and there's a light, the light's red at midnight or 11 o'clock at night, and there's nobody on the street, I'm going, like I don't care. I always say like I wasn't brainwashed in school because I didn't pay attention in school. You can't brainwash somebody who's not paying attention. I never paid attention, so it was, but I think you have a much different background because obviously the reason why you end up in Japan was because of education and teaching and whatnot. I'm always curious because I truly do believe that was a part of maybe why I always pushed back, because I didn't really pay attention and I didn't really believe in authority or whatnot. But do you think like that's and we've talked about this in the past, like is it really, can we really just simply say, hey, schooling and this idea of like creating this type of human that just regurgitates information, does what they're told, like is that like the root cause of our issues? But and then you have examples like yourself where you kind of did, I'm assuming paid attention in school, got decent grades because you end up being an educator yourself, and you didn't, get brainwashed. So like, how does it happen in some cases and not others?
Yeah, it's a good observation, because I think it goes back to the same thing we were talking about earlier. That's not about a left or right political orientation, and it's not about schooled or unschooled. There is something that's authoritarian and anti-authoritarian, and it manifests differently in different people. I'm the kind of person that's good at remembering names and dates and facts and regurgitating them on tests, so I always did fine in school. I don't think that's a real marker of intelligence, really. It's a type of intelligence, I guess, rote memorization and regurgitation. But that has nothing to do with authoritarian or anti-authoritarian. And I've always been anti-authoritarian inclined. And that manifested itself for me in that I was the kid that always had his hand up to question the teacher, or to say, well, no, you're wrong about that. Or on the test where you're supposed to, I know what the answer is supposed to be, but no, I think it's this. And thankfully, most of the time, with some notable exceptions, most of my teachers were the kind of teachers that actually did encourage that, and that they were appreciative that, hey, this kid's at least trying something different. He clearly knows the stuff, and he's, fighting back against it. Okay, cool. I generally got away with that most of the time. So that actually didn't really set me back. In people, again, this is one of those things where I had loving, supportive parents. I had teachers that generally were encouraging of my anti-authoritarianism. So it actually wasn't a huge setback for me, but I could certainly imagine people for whom that would not have flown. And those types of anti-authoritarians get, downgraded and held back and what have you in the schooling system, simply because their teachers didn't play along with it. Again, it's the million different circumstances that make up our lives. And fundamentally, as I say, I don't think it's about whether you're good at school or whether you're, a Democrat or whatever. It's about whether you are fundamentally authoritarian or not even anti-authoritarian. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but just someone who will question authority. That's something that's just sort of one of those basic fundamental characteristics that I don't think necessarily match up to any other particular characteristic.
Yeah, and typically, like you said, in most cases, people aren't very happy that you're questioning things. I remember getting in trouble at CCD, which is kind of like a Catholic Sunday school, and I would ask questions, and I remember like them getting upset with me, and then the lack of answers or the lack of wanting to explore these questions, and just telling me like, no, this is, it's black and white. This is how it happened, and this is why you should believe this, and whatever, pushed me away from any type of religion, or I became very, I guess, for lack of a better term, like a atheist or anti-religious for many, many years. And I haven't done the Adam Curry, born again Christian type of thing, but but I definitely have gotten to the point where I've, now I'm just like, okay, I wasn't anti-spirituality or, religion. I was really just pushing back against these people who just didn't let me ask questions and whatnot. And then I kind of grouped in organized religion with spirituality, and I just assumed, oh, it's kind of the same thing. So I'm anti all that woo-woo stuff. And now as time goes by, I find myself debating friends of mine that are atheists and kind of like, well, you're saying that, the religious people have, they have it all figured out, and how could they have it all figured out? But I'm like, you sound pretty certain with your worldview too, so you sound just as extreme in your views and certain in your views as they do. So you're just, you're just on a different team, but you have the same type of blinders per se. So it's wild. But and this goes into, before I get off topic, I do want to ask you about, because you did talk about getting banned off YouTube. I also, as my listeners know, got kicked off YouTube during COVID for the same reasons as you, not wanting to self-censor or whatnot. But I was curious because one thing I did notice after getting banned off YouTube, that it wasn't just YouTube. Google searches, I was suppressed on searches. I was suppressed. So like when you talk about, like, it's not just a platform, you are put on, because Google and YouTube's the same company, you are put on a blacklist. And then after I got banned off YouTube, I would, much like yourself, I have an archive of many different topics. So I would talk to a friend or family like, hey, you've done a show on this topic. I'm like, yeah, I'll send it to you. And I'm like on Google. A lot of times I'll just Google myself and I'd be like, okay, here's the show, here's the guest. I spell
Yeah.
things wrong all the time, and Google figures it out, no problem. And now I'm spelling everything correctly, putting the information correctly, and it's not coming up. And then I'm like, crap, like this is bigger than just being suppressed on YouTube. I'm suppressed on everything. Did you experience that?
Oh, yeah. But to be fair, I was already experiencing it before I even got kicked off YouTube. They've definitely been jiggering the algorithms and limiting search for years and years now. And one of the most obvious examples I've talked about several times, so my listeners will be sick to death of it, but it was just an obvious, blatant example. So 2017, 18, I don't know, somewhere in there. The MSNBC host, man, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. Yay, good, because I don't care. Anyway, what's his name? One of those MSNBC hosts with the punchable face. Oh wait, that's all of them. But anyway, he was tweeting. He started this tweet thread about the dangers of the internet and whatever, blah blah blah. And basically, his premise was: imagine you're a high school student who's assigned to do a project on the Federal Reserve. So you go to YouTube and type in Federal Reserve and you get this. And he posts a screenshot of my Century of Enslavement documentary. And the whole thing was like, oh my God, you see how YouTube is leading to this crazy conspiracy content, blah, blah, blah. Because for several years there, from the documentary was released 2014, so for 3 or 4 years or whatever it was, until this Chris Matthews, that's his name, until Chris Matthews started his tweet thread, it was the #1 search result for Federal Reserve. If you went to YouTube and you typed in Federal Reserve, the first thing that would pop up, Century of Enslavement. Cool, right? As I say, millions, reaching millions of people. But of course, oh my God, this is horrible. So literally, he posts that tweet thread, literally the next day, you go to YouTube and you type in Federal Reserve. Suddenly, no Century of Enslavement. Suddenly, you type in Century of Enslavement into the YouTube algorithm, search algorithm, and you could get a post of it, but not my post, like a repost on someone else's channel. And even then, you'd have to dig through several results. And they continued refining that, within a few months. Basically, even if you use Century of Enslavement, you couldn't find the documentary. So it was, it was pretty blatant. It was obvious. And I did have contact with one of those Google whistleblower people who said that, yeah, Corbett report was on their search list, whatever, behind the scenes to throttle the traffic, of course. And that I did a report. I can't remember which report it was now. Maybe not the future of censorship. I think we need to talk about search, I think is what it was called. Anyway, where I talked about this, and the real penny drop for me, like, well, okay, yeah, I get it, but why are they so concerned about this? And the penny drop moment happened for me when we were staying at a hotel one night, and because I don't have a smart TV in the home, we're there, and oh, it's a smart TV. Oh, I see. Oh, and you can access YouTube, and you can, and so of course the search term, what comes up in the first few results of a search term, is incredibly important now, because it's not like people are sitting there at a keyboard, at a desk, typing and refining searches and clicking around here and there. No, it's like Alexa. It's like a smart TV. You ask a question and here's the top 5 results, and that's it. And what are you going to do? You're not going to sit there trying to refine your search or whatever. This is Federal Reserve. Oh, okay. So that's why I think, obviously, they've been so concerned about refining search results. But as Ryan Christian, Last American Vagabond, pointed out, and I always like to repeat this, they broke themselves censoring us. Because, yeah, search, I don't know if you've noticed, I certainly have noticed, search is getting worse and worse. And not just for my content, obviously, but for literally any content. It's getting harder and harder to find things that, 1, absolutely are there, and 2, used to be easily findable. But now it's this big process of you got to search 7 ways from Sunday, and oh wait, okay, so how about this search term, and maybe I should include this, and let's put this in quotation marks, and finally you might be able to find it. And even then, I use a bunch of different search engines for everything that I do, because I'll find that on all of these different search engines, I will have like an exact quotation in quotation marks, exact phrase, search for this, and it won't pop up. And still, to this day, one of the only search engines where when I have that problem, I can go to Google and put it in the quotation marks and it will pop up. So, you know, it is crazy. But it goes back to fundamentally the question of access to information is in some ways maybe even more important than the information itself, or at least equally important. Because if you cannot find it, if you cannot get to it, what good is it, right? It might as well not exist if you can't find a way into it. So yeah, they're clearly obsessed with censoring our way into finding information. And as I was pointing out in that video, we need to talk about search. It's because eventually this whole, you know, desktop keyboard access to information is going to go the way of the dodo. It already is. More and more people are just relying on smartphones, tablets, Alexa, whatever, smart TVs. And it's essentially, as James and Pilato Media Monarchy says, it's a vending machine. You know, they don't want you to have access to something where you can produce and refine search results and, you know, do things for yourself. No, it's going to be sort of a, hey, Alexa, what happened on 9/11? On September 11, 2001, 19 men armed with you know, it's going to devolve down to that, and we're not going to have much say over it. So I think that's, you know, it's almost like there's going to be a hardware winnowing of this access to information that will make any sort of software or, you know, web access almost irrelevant.
Now let's take a look at a couple clips from the Indie News Network.
Who are these people?
I caught that. All right, so this is the last quick hit that I had, and that is that the West Bank, while we're being distracted, quote unquote, but while Israel is dropping bombs everywhere, they're also bulldozing streets in the West Bank. So I brought this one from Common Dreams Indie Media Award honoree.
Hamas is under the streets, Indy.
Well,
anyway,
that's the secret tunnels. I mean, come on. No, the idea behind it is that, look, one local leader says we watched their bulldozers tear up streets, demolish businesses, pharmacies, schools. They even bulldozed the town's soccer field and a tree in the middle of the road. Like,
Nope.
So she starts that. So she writes that while nearly nightly raids by the IDF have become the norm in the West Bank since the Hamas-led October 7th attack, although she didn't really write that Hamas doesn't operate in the West Bank and there's no reason for them to be there, the military last month launched, quote, one of its most extensive and deadliest raids in the illegally occupied Palestinian territory in years. Okay. We watched their bulldozers tear up streets, demolish businesses, pharmacies, schools. They even bulldozed the soccer field. Tree in the middle of the road. What's the point of all this? The governor of Jenin. In addition to ground operations in the West Bank, the IDF has increased airstrikes that critics say run afoul of international law. Nobody holds them to international law. Why wouldn't they? The military, of course, defended the strikes, because they always do, and told the Times that in recent raids, troops found weapon stockpiles and killed or arrested dozens of militants, but also caused some unavoidable harm to certain civilian structures. Just unavoidable. They can precision hit the third floor of an apartment building to murder a nurse and her infant twins, but unavoidable civilian structures. Malini Raghunathan, who's an associate professor at American University's School of International Service, said on social media that Israel's criminality knows no limits. IDF bulldozers have been obliterating the West Bank, even tearing up roundabouts. Why? Well, multiple reasons,
Because
but
they hate cul-de-sacs.
Israeli forces, of course,
Cul-de-sacs are Hamas.
Homes are Hamas. Shops and roads, along with internet, electricity is Hamas. Phone lines and water.
Is Hamas in the room with you right now?
They might. They never aren't. They're ever present. Sewage lines are Hamas now in the West Bank. Emergency crews have been unable to respond to hundreds of calls a day because they can't reach people in need. Hence why Israel is bulldozing the streets. They don't want the ambulances to be able to get to the injured. They don't want the relief crews and the repair crews to be able to get to the places to fix stuff. They're imposing conditions materially and psychologically that make people feel Gaza is coming to you. Al-Haq director Shawan Jarabin told the Times, there's a feeling among Palestinians among the West Bank that what's coming is very, very bad. That it will be a plan to kill and expel us. And that's
Been that. Always has been.
Nobody's stopping them.
Who are these people?
And this one specifically got to me, which was about fluoride. And
safe and effective.
We've been hearing about fluoride in the water and the reason that it's safe and effective. And that's why they've been putting fluoride in the water, because it's good for our teeth.
Yeah.
Right. Well, turns out, yeah, not so much. Well, at least in the opinion of one federal court judge in this lawsuit written. So Derek Brose, who is a member of the Independent Media Alliance that's just formed. He's from the Last American Vagabond. His channel is The Conscious Resistance. So give him a follow. I've got another thing of his later. He was also censored off of YouTube and stopped trying to get into England because he refused to do facial recognition. Derek's an interesting cat. But again, I just grabbed a couple of paragraphs from this article that a federal judge has ruled that fluoride is a neurotoxin in a historic lawsuit ruling. So on Tuesday, a federal court in California found that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. What? Yep. The new ruling issued by Judge Edward Chen noted that the finding does not conclude with certainty that fluoridated water is injurious to public health, but he does find that there is an unreasonable risk of such injury. Okay, so this risk is sufficient to require the EPA to enact a regulatory response. And that's what the ruling was about. They are not necessarily saying that that it is. It needs to be investigated and something needs to be done about it, but they can't do nothing. While he doesn't tell the EPA what the response to the ruling should be, he said they can't ignore the risk. So the EPA must now initiate a rulemaking process to determine what regulation they'll implement in order to lower or eliminate the risk posed by water fluoridation. I remember we covered an article here 3 years ago from Erin Brockovich about fluoride being bad and the mass fluoridation because people were being poisoned in some cases and getting way too much fluoride if they were drinking the standard amount of water that you were supposed to drink.
Right.
Okay. Derek writes the EPA is likely to appeal the decision, but could also drag out the rulemaking process for years. So we're probably not going to get this addressed, but just be careful when it comes to drinking fluoridated water The Fluoride Action Network believes that the most effective way to eliminate this risk is to end water fluoridation and ban the practice altogether. I mean, they still put fluoride in your toothpaste, right? They put fluoride in. They give you a treatment when you go to the dentist. They gave my kid a fluoride treatment like this week or last week, and I was like, they made me sign something, a waiver about it. I was like,
right.
I was really nervous to do that. Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, this is why you don't drink any water and only drink Dunkin' Donuts trademarked hummingbird fuel.
Yeah, and where do you think? And what do you think brews that?
Like that's definitely the healthiest option, I'm sure. You know.
So continuing with Derek, I grabbed 2 more slides, and again, there's a lot more to this article, so please go check it out. It's really important. But that the ruling comes on the heels of the release of a long delayed and censored report from the U.S. National Toxicology Program. No big deal, right? No reason to censor that. The NTP found moderate confidence that fluoride exposure is consistently associated with lower IQ in children. We're literally dumbing down our kids.
Well, I mean, you know, Disney's doing that enough, so. But what?
My kids know every
Mickey,
word.
don't come for me.
My kids know every word to those damn Descendants songs. Oh my God. It's terrible. All right.
Talk about it.
The NTP is run by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, to coordinate, evaluate, and report on toxicology within public agencies, and is headquartered at the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, right? That's, I believe, in D.C. So that moderate confidence consistently associated with lower IQ in children. So we, thank goodness. And I know Steve over at AM Wakeup had the guy who brought the lawsuit from Fluoride Action Network, Jim somebody or other. He was on AM Wakeup this week. So check that out. I think it was Thursday. Reporting on stuff like that is why we are censored and demonetized on YouTube. Although my channel on Indie at INN is actually still monetized. You could drop a super chat there. I would prefer it. The most optimal way to do it is via that Cash App, that first link there, or via Ko-fi.com/Indie News Network, INDIE. All those are also in the scrolling ticker at the bottom. They're in the description. Any way you can do that, we really appreciate it. Even that QR code up there. We got a nice hookup from Carnival Hill to the PayPal this week. We also got a re-sign up from James Arkazewski over on the Substack. So thank you so much. Really appreciate all the support. We need it all. Every dollar counts.
Next, we take a look at this clip from Charlie Robinson and his interview with Chris Graves on Columbine.
So, okay, let me set up this episode the proper way, because for those of you who don't know Chris Graves, first of all, how dare you? And second of all, you will after this one, okay? But I'll give you a little bit of insight into the alternative media with regard to like podcasts and people that do a lot of this stuff for a while. When you get to a topic that you're getting into and you've gone as far as you can go, but you know there's still more, the person that everybody reaches out to find out what's more is Chris Graves, just so you know. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the greatest researcher out there, Chris Graves. Hey, Chris, how are you? Good to see you again.
Hello, Charlie. Thank you for that. And I hope to live up to that, but
you are too humble. You're really fantastic. I know that if there's something that I found out there, I'll run it by you and you'll say, "Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's happened, but have you also heard of this and that and this video and this document and this guy telling this story?" You get done, you go, "Well, I thought I had it all figured out, and then I talked to Chris and apparently I didn't know anything." So we all appreciate the work that you do, Chris. And for those of you out there that are hoping to if you like this sort of information, you like things that we're doing, or you like the type topics that Chris is telling you about, like, this is like listener supported here. So if you're in a position where you've got more money than time, throw some bones Chris's way. We all need a little help here, especially when we're up against it here. They've made it difficult for us to make a living doing this, but we love the hunt. We love the topics. We love figuring out. We love busting these bastards with where what they've been doing over the years. And I'll tell you, Chris, you and I have been trying to have this conversation on about 4 different occasions, and for a variety of reasons, it has not happened. So I'm really glad that we're going to finally do this. It's going to be one of those examples where you go, man, I'm glad we waited. I mean, it was frustrating that we couldn't get it all set up, and you were trying to do it, and I was trying to do it, and we wanted it to. But we're going to talk about Columbine today. And this is one that is really the OG of school shootings. I mean, unless you want to get into some Operation Gladio Belgium stuff back in the 70s. But in America, this is really the one that jumped off the page and started this whole thing. And you and I, Chris, have talked about this. We've been talking about this for a couple years. So when did you get into Columbine when it happened, or was this something that retroactively you kind of said, well, if 9/11 was nonsense, then what about Columbine? How did this work for you?
Well, this kind of leads up to 9/11 for me. I mean, I like to, I think someone else may have coined the term a long time ago, but I feel like this is the 9/11 of, like, not only school shootings, but spree shootings in general. Mm-hmm. And I know there were multiple ones before, like way before, even going back to Charles Whitman in 1966, the UT tower shooter. So it's been around as a concept, I guess. Like, is it just as, like, basically a concept, like a fear-inducing, that kind of thing, mass trauma. Dave McGowan, the late great Dave McGowan, wrote about that in his work, back in the day. And he even went into Columbine too, which I got a whole bunch of my research from, was Dave McGowan. He had an article he wrote on his website, Center for an Informed America, CIA, back in the day, because he had a great sense of humor, Dave McGowan. And it was called Anatomy of a School Shooter. Yeah. Anatomy of a School Shooting. It was from the year 2000. So it was fairly recent after Columbine. He went through everything, and he kind of broke it down. And then later on, he wrote about 9/11. He was like the first 9/11 truther on 9/12 on his website. He pretty much broke down the official story from the day before. Him and his brother Craig, who I'm in contact with frequently to this day.
Wow.
So yeah, but Craig, was kind of like in the shadows, like, kind of thing. But he had a lot of research with Dave, his brother. But anyway, no, the thing for Columbine, I was in high school in Massachusetts at the time, and I didn't wear, like, I wore a trench coat at one time, but not because of the Matrix or any of that type of stuff. I wore a trench coat because I was a huge fan of Kevin Smith, Silent Bob. He had a trench coat, and the idea was, if you're a big fat guy, it doesn't hide it all the way, but it kind of hides your body's girth or whatever.
Right.
So it makes you feel like almost like Batman with a cape, like goofy crap like that. But it wasn't because I wanted to hide, AK-47s underneath each side of my body or whatever.
Yeah.
So I remember when Columbine happened, I remember that day, actually, because of the footage and everything. So people that look like me, that wore Metallica shirts and, heavy metal and stuff like that. I was never into Marilyn Manson. And apparently the two boys that were, that were told were the only shooters, the only suspects. Apparently they tried to pin the Marilyn Manson thing on them.
And
they were more into, like, the KMFD, FDM or whatever, the German rockers or whatever. I can't remember the exact name of them, but they weren't really big Marilyn Manson fans. So, like video games and violent movies and music in general, like Marilyn Manson was kind of like pinned down with all that stuff, blaming the internet, which was in its infancy for the public, at least at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they were, and they wanted to change the movie rating system to make it harder for kids to get into R-rated movies, which that's all out the door. I mean, movies aren't really a thing anymore anyway. So it doesn't. People can watch beheadings, on the internet now, and no one seems to care about that,
Right.
At least like in a big public outcry kind of way. But Columbine, it just to me at the time as a high school student that kind of looked the part. I knew people that, were depressed and things like that, and goths, I guess they got kind of in trouble for the whole Columbine thing too, but those kids weren't goths either.
No.
So the thing, just all the media coverage on this one particular shooting was kind of irregular. I mean, yeah, it was a tragedy, not to take away from that, but it was weird how, this school shooting got more attention than any of the ones prior to it. Almost like it was an event that was to kind of cement in the nation's mind, that, beware the outcast, that, kind of like later on, there's a correlation, kind of like when you got like 19 crazed Arabs, with box cutters, and this Al-Qaeda thing or Al-Qaeda thing, Taliban, whatever you want to call it. And then later on ISIS, it's almost like these isolated groups or whatever that you find out have ties to certain intelligence and even military. And I was kind of a conspiracy guy, but not really. Like I was always interested in like the Kennedy thing, like in the late 90s. Bill Cooper, who later on went on to admit that he may have been duped with the copy of the Zapruder film that he saw, where apparently it looked like William Greer, the driver, was turning around to shoot him with a pistol. I mean, that was a big thing for a while. But Bill Cooper, he doesn't get a lot of credit, but he did go on the record on his show, The Hour at the Time, and explain that he doesn't think that it was like a real copy of the film, like a legitimate thing. He thinks it was tampered with at the time. And same with his alien agenda thing. That's kind of why he dropped the UFO thing and then concentrated more on New World Order and more ground-based militia-type crimes going on, or crimes against people, that were in militias and things like that. Yeah. And so to be able to admit that you're wrong is kind of a big thing, in my opinion. Sure. He doesn't get a lot of credit for that. They like to focus on the stuff that he was talking about prior to admitting it. And
was he heavy on Columbine?
Columbine, he went on the air, and it's on YouTube, and the Hour of the Time, like on the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive, you can hear the episode where he's broken down in tears talking about how these kids were duped, like, because he actually found a patent, the U.S. government patent on some kind of technology with MK Ultra, leanings, power of persuasion, but like literally like with frequencies and things like that. And it's on still, you can kind of find it, and I have the article somewhere, and wish I had it right now, but you can see on the Hour of the Times news part of the website, you can see the patent that he was talking about. Wow. So he basically was reporting on it, and he was broken down in tears, and I don't think it was like an Alex Jones kind of thing, My take on Alex Jones, a little sidebar, is that he basically took Bill Cooper's persona, and Bill Cooper's not here anymore to defend himself. Right. So, I mean, that aside, but anyway, I went way off the beaten path, but I was into things like UFOs and JFK a little bit when Columbine happened. The idea that it could be like a false flag, I had no idea, because we were literally 2.5 years away from 9/11, one of the biggest ones in history, if not the biggest, until maybe recent years.
Now, we look at this clip from Matt Ehret and his interview with Johnny Vedmore regarding Eric Weinstein.
So Johnny has done some incredible work more recently that came to the attention of my wife and I. We're both putting together a documentary based upon a certain insight that Cynthia Chung had that was assisted by reading your interesting introduction to a part of Ehret Weinstein's life that most people are not aware of. So we're making a documentary. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to splice some of this in. So I want people to keep this in mind as they wait on the Canadian Patriot website for that documentary to come out. But until then, your work on Ehret Weinstein more recently and the Great Replacement Theory and basically the entire intellectual dark web is not exactly the thing we thought it was a few years ago, was very interesting to me. Could you say something about what it was about Ehret Weinstein that made you think twice about his role in the broader process that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I think it was the intellectual dark web in general that really led me down this rabbit hole. Partially because I found it such a breath of fresh air. They come into my life, and that's sort of like, watching that side of news and debate and topics and discussion came into my life at a time where I had really realized that I was no longer left wing. I believed for many years, like many people do when they're young, you're left wing automatically. The right's horrible, the left is wonderful. You're one or t'other. You don't have an opportunity. And I had kind of like gone through a point in my life where my life had hit crisis. And I had said to myself, one of the problems is I don't look at the other side, what other people are saying, what the right is saying, what the intellectuals are saying, what libertarians are saying. I just get angry with them. I just poo-poo them and brush them off. And it's easy to do that because a lot of the time I saw them using logical fallacies. I saw them using ways to twist your mind, to say the truth in a way that made it a lie, or say a lie in a way that makes it the truth, or appear like the truth.
Sophistry, yeah.
Yeah. And so I found that very enthralling. I decided I was going to do something. I had like a big change in my life, and I said, okay, I'm going to start listening to all of the people who I oppose. I'm not going to listen to the people who I agree with anymore. I'm going to just listen to the people I oppose. And so I was working in a hotel at the time. I was walking backwards and forwards to work. I had Ben Shapiro's podcast going on in my ear and stuff when I was coming backwards and forwards. And I got... So what was Ehret Weinstein doing? Ehret Weinstein, 2000 to 2002, sponsored by the International Labour Organization under Manuela Ebola, and he's gone on to be World Economic Forum and all of the rest of the globalist cabal. It would be in with all the rest of the globalist cabal, of course. And this organization was looking at how to, enact globalist policies. They're looking. The paper itself was migration for the benefit of all. The idea is nice. That's all very nice. But when you actually read the details of what that means, it means, well, currently, for instance, in the USA, you have all of these native workers. The income level is at a certain threshold, and if migrants come in, that's going to lower the native workers because, as Ehret Weinstein brings up in his paper, companies will want low-cost workers, and the lowest-cost workers will always be the migrant workers. So for that, you have to accept that the income is going to be lowered for the native workers, and the native population won't like that at all. And this is one of the most interesting parts of the paper. This is one of the most interesting lines. 2 words. I think it was hidden or undisclosed, hidden or undiscovered, is something along those lines, where he basically says there has to be some way we can implement something that has since so far not been available to us, that has been hidden or we don't know about yet. Something that can equal that out. He does not give an example of how you would stop the native population from being angry about their income, their wealth being redistributed amongst migrants. There's no way people want to lose their job. There's no way people want their wages to get lower. And he says the benefit for all part is that, in years to come, once we use some form of method that is previously undisclosed or hidden to counter the negative aspects of migration for all, then we'll be fine. He doesn't say what it is. No one has an idea what it is. It's just, we'll invent something. We'll create something that'll mean that it'll be fairer, but the income will go down for native workers. They will be angry for a time, but it's the best for them. That's what's best for them. All throughout the paper, and he claims. I mean, I had a backwards and forwards with Ehret Weinstein on X about this because he tried to avoid it. He accused me of harnessing my massive social media power, which I find extremely funny, to get people mobs to abuse and harass him about this. This is what Ehret Weinstein's accused me of. He accused me of probably being pro-Hamas, probably being in the Whitney Webb world, which he obviously had looked and discovered I was her ex-partner. He probably a Bitcoin maximalist. He gave all of the different reasons to smear me rather than look at the point. And I went back at him and said, well, you can use all of these logical fallacies to try and hide away from what you've done, but what I'm doing is addressing in your own words, your own paper that you wrote for the UN that shows, that maps out exactly what we're seeing today. So what I see Ehret Weinstein as doing is working for the UN to map out the exact agenda we see happening today. And people have labeled that the Great Replacement. I don't think he's the be-all and end-all of such an idea. I think he's a cog in a massive machine. And I don't even think, someone else tried to say, oh, you're trying to paint him as some form of, Bond figure stroking the cat on the head of Spectre and stuff. But I get a feeling also that was some of Ehret Weinstein trying to project out that, that's what I'm trying to paint him as something he's not. I'm not. I'm saying that he didn't write a secret paper. That paper was out there, but people didn't know, and he didn't advertise. He didn't tell people. Instead, he's rebranded and remodeled himself into someone who's opposing these structures. And then when you look into the detail, you discover very easily that he was the one he was one of the ones, a cog in the machine, to help create this. Yeah. And this has been called the Great Replacement by other people. I'm not sure. I want to call it something different, and I've started to call it the Great Synthesis. I think that's what we're seeing here. We're not going to lose ourselves. Our genetics are not going to disappear if we're suddenly mating with people from all around the world. We may change in looks, we may change in appearance, but at the end of the day, we are being synthesized. We are being joined with a world population to make us into, make it hard for us to argue against globalism and its march. And it seems sensible. If I was a globalist, how would I, if I was an elite globalist living at the top, living in my millionaire palace, how would I get the people at the bottom to do what I say? Well, I'd make it so that it's in their benefit to look around and say, well, I'm the same as all of these people, so I will do whatever all of these people do. And it trains us into being one type of one look worker ants for the elites. That's what the Great Replacement is, really. That's what Ehret Weinstein was mapping out. And that's what I follow in many different, and when I follow threads in loads of different articles, when I'm looking at what these people want, they want one society for them on top. The elites will live differently to us. And below is one color, one race, one ethnicity, one language, all working for the benefit of those in power.
Mm. And in Eric's report to the International Labor Organization, which is an appendage of the UN, as you pointed out, does he have a view of the role of what governments will have to do with what he thinks is this inevitable flooding of migrant labor to lower the price of wages and what have you? Does he talk about the responsibilities he believes? Because I mean, right now we're hearing all different stories of massive taxpayer dollars going into housing, all sorts of immigrants, giving them immense amounts of loans, putting them up in 5-star hotels in New York. We've seen the videos, the reports. it seems very expensive. Does he actually talk about that aspect of it?
Yes. He talks about the fact that to make this happen, you will have to pay for the workers. To the governments and potentially companies will have to cover the costs of these migrant workers coming into society, their transport costs, their housing costs, just as we're seeing right now. Just what we're seeing unfolding is what he describes, that those costs will have to be covered, but it will be benefit for an overall benefit eventually, because of course that means that it will lower the wages, it will redistribute income in a way that will lower it, but then because there's a better workforce which is cheaper for companies, it means we'll all benefit from that, won't we? Companies will probably somehow give back money to the people, and wages will probably increase eventually. But it doesn't say how they'll do that. Again, those are hidden and previously obscured or hidden is his exact words. He has the idea that you've got to pay for these people to come across. You've got to put in the initial funding and revenue streams to support this process, which we're seeing now. I mean, I'm watching people online following the buses that are meeting migrants at airports, and they're shoveling these people into buses, taking them to camps, and they're sitting in camps where they're going to be found a place to work and a place to live and be redistributed about the country. This is something that he maps out within this, not in great detail, because a lot of this, again, this is a 28 page document, something like that, for the UN. It's very comprehensive. I mean, it took 2 years. It's not like he just suddenly wrote something up over a month. He spent 2 years using Cartesian theory, which had been the mainstay of modern economics, so that he can work out how to, well, I don't want to say a swear here, but how to hijack our societies, we could say, and for that we've got to pay. The taxpayer is going to have to pay for our income to be redistributed and our wages to be lowered. That is just insane. The idea that as a democratic society, so we're not going to get a say over that. This has to be done underhand. That's the secret part, is that they have to do it without telling us straight what they're doing, because otherwise we would be up in arms and saying, what, we're paying for our income to be redistributed. That's insane. But that's what he maps out.
Yeah, no, it seems like a very similar line of reasoning that's gone into the entire Green New Deal logic as well, where we're expected to put in an immense amount of capital intensive investments into windmills, solar panel plants all over the Western world. Ideally, these technocrats would like it to be all over the entire world, but obviously this is their focus. But then they also recognize that there's going to be all sorts of problems that will be the consequence of setting society up on a world based on windmills and solar plants, which everyone acknowledges have forced us to deal with blackouts, unreliable and very expensive energy that's of a low quality. Like, these are generally increasingly acknowledged consequences, but then they say, oh, but there will be fixes down the line. We have to suffer now to suffer later. And we have faith that someone at some point down the line will have some solution and all will be good. So go back to sleep. And it seems like a very similar line of logic.
Previously obscured or hidden methods to actually solve the problems. That's what he puts forwards to, in his own words, previously hidden or obscured. It just seems to be that what they're saying is, yeah, promise you, guy. Promise you, honestly, you won't lose money. You won't lose. Don't worry. That's their method. It comes into every part of our society. If someone wants to play like a game like Civilization nowadays, you're being brainwashed at the same time. It is a game, Sid Meier's Civilization. It's a very, very, very long running game. Nowadays, you get like Civilization 6 had this thing where you've got leaders coming to you in the 1500s saying your use of carbon is unnecessary and is wrong and it's going to cause the seas to rise and etc. And you're just like, come on, you want to make historical propaganda. You want to propagandize history, in a sense. You want to put a modern propaganda lilt to ancient history. And the world that they see, the technology that they see changing the world is not developed enough yet to be able to change the world. But they're going to do it because it'll do one thing, a thing that they're all interested in, which is the Fabian idea of slow population reduction. If the less energy that we consume, the less we will grow, the more our population will reduce until it really reaches population crash territory, and then we're gone. So we can't complain anyway.
Yeah, and this shouldn't be such an abstract, difficult idea to think about. This is like a very common sense idea. If you eat too little nourishment, you atrophy and you suffer until you die, or you change your habits and start exercising, eating sufficient caloric intake. That's just a fact of life as a human. So the fact that would be the same thing for the human body, that the same principles would also be operational. If you get the humanity as a whole to start becoming convinced that it could survive off of an inadequate amount of caloric intake in order to do all of the things, the productive systems, agriculture, industry, all of the things that are needed to keep 8 billion or more people alive. It's a lot of energy that has to be burnt to perform work to sustain that. And that has certain responsibilities for the people to be aware of what are the dynamics shaping are the basic elementary facts of life. And if people become convinced that it's that money has a magical power unto itself, independent of that reality you live in, or that somehow we have to suffer to commit mass suicide to defend or I don't know, satisfy the demands of Gaia, that thinks we've transgressed and sinned on some eco altar, then you're going to get what comes to you. But definitely this issue that you're bringing up with the weaponization of migration and it being a Fabian plan is very important. And I think the thing you were saying about Eric Weinstein as well, after he did this, he went to work not too long thereafter for Peter Thiel. And I know currently he is a managing director at Thiel Capital.
Now, we take a look at this clip from Grand Theft World.
There have been not only allegations, but now witnesses who were talking about children being present at some of these Diddy activities. Piers Morgan had one of the chief Diddy accuser type people out there, Jaguar Wright. He had her on for a segment that he then got hit by lawyers of Beyonce and Jay-Z to take down the content. So of course we want to see a little bit about what happened there. And then Beyonce being accused of extreme witchcraft is a lawsuit that doesn't really have any credibility, but I'm only going to bring it up because there is a case of a woman casting spells found cooking body parts on her stove, and that's from Law and Crime. So I'm not saying that Beyonce and Jay-Z do that stuff, but I do want to show you that there are people that get found and arrested and show up in my YouTube stream that do that stuff. So there's probably more than one. They might have organization out there. There might be more to it. So I don't know. And that's why we save these things for the end of the show, because this is like, elective. This is not mandatory research, but if there's that stuff going on, you might want to know if your favorite celebrity stars that your kids are being influenced by might be into some stuff that you really wouldn't approve of. Maybe find out sooner than later, right? Because there can be sad circumstances that follow in those circumstances. Now I'm talking like Tim Walsh. All right, so let's go to this clip because it's after 4 a.m. All right, let's go to this first. We have leaked footage of basically Diddy giving Diddy advice. Let's see how that works out.
Are you serious? Don't smile like that. Makes you look like an 8-year-old boy who just discovered his first boner.
I don't have one, so
This is your fucking moment. You only get one moment in life. It's not hiding in some cubicle answering some fucking phone. Can you handle it?
Yeah, I can handle the moment.
An artist is the slipperiest, most conniving motherfucker on the face of the earth. That's why you have to watch your tushy while at the same time you make them feel like a star. It's called mind fucking. You ever been mind fucked before?
I don't think so.
I'm mind fucking you right now.
You are?
Can you feel my dick fucking your mind?
I can't really feel anything.
See, that's it. That's the art of it. I'm mind fucking the shit out of you.
Hope you're wearing a condom, because I have a dirty mind. That was a joke.
There's no time to joke. Mind fucking is not no joke. You have to mind fuck Al DeSnow. He's a drug addict, Aaron. You have to show him balance. People want to see him fucked up, but they don't want to see him too fucked up. If this is fucked up and this is sober, right here, that's the perfect balance right there. Not here, right here.
Okay.
Do you like his music?
I love his music, except for African Child. That album sucked.
No, you love African Child. Your mother loves African Child. It's your girlfriend's favorite album. You love African Child. You bought 10 copies on the first day.
Oh, okay, yeah, I love African Child. So lie to him.
No, we don't lie to people. We don't do that. We just believe in valid truths.
Okay. Do you like African Child?
Hell fucking no. It's the most racist, condescending shit ever made. The fuck you calling me? A house nigga? Do I look like African Child?
No.
You just called me a fucking house nigga.
No, I don't think you're a house N-word. No, I
don't like fucking African Child. But if he asks me if I like African Child, I love that shit. I play that shit in my fucking sleep. I wake up to it and I brush my teeth to it. I love African Child.
Okay, I got it.
But no, I don't love African Child. Don't ever ask me that fucking question again.
Okay, I understand.
From the minute you touch down in London, you have 72 hours to get Al DeSnow to the Greek Theater in Los Angeles. Do you understand me?
Yes, definitely.
Your flight leaves in 3 hours from LAX. Please do a good job.
Jaguar ride-on. You guys even asked me a question about what percentage of what she says is accurate.
Yeah,
if you remember
said
that.
not very
Can you
much,
play
right?
the clip of Pierce? Is this the clip with Jaguar or is this the apology?
Yes, so I have both. I have Jaguar rights accusations against Jay-Z and Beyonce, and then I have Piers Morgan apologizing.
Go for it, Rob. Yeah.
How many victims?
There was none for her.
How many victims potentially do you think there could be?
Thousands. Thousands.
Wow.
I've talked to hundreds that I deal with still myself. I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well.
Mr. Carter's who?
They're a nasty little couple.
Jay-Z.
They do nasty things.
What do you think happened with Kim?
Keeping people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane. Unconscious.
This girl's
There's
got
a
an
lot
agenda.
of things that
You can
people
tell.
don't want to talk about, Pierce.
She about to do a fake
But hold on, but Adam, but here's the thing. And again, it always sounds crazy and wild until it ain't, because and who knows? She's not credible or lie detector test or whatever. What if she's right? What if all these things that she's seen, because she was a dominatrix. She said she used to work at these parties and tie guys up and whip them and everything like that. She was about that life. So when somebody that's about that life tells you about the life,
you giving her a lot of credibility?
I'm not. But Adam, where is she coming up with this stuff? She was at these places. She's seen it firsthand.
I'm not denying.
She was there.
If I listen, you can go
play this clip.
Yeah,
first. Play this clip, then we'll react. Go ahead, Rob.
The shocking allegations levelled at Sean Diddy Combs have burst the floodgates on salacious claims about an industry many people believe harboured a monster. Understandably, the internet's ablaze with claims about these events and whether other powerful figures were involved too. Well, last week I interviewed Jaguar Wright, a singer-songwriter who's made claims about Diddy for years. Those claims had already received a lot of attention in the media across many platforms for many years. And that's the thing about platforms. The reality of the modern world is that pretty much everyone has a platform as long as they have something to say that other people want to hear. That's why we invited her on to be interviewed. The people making these claims have an audience with or without shows like mine. Well, Jaguar Wright unexpectedly made several serious allegations about Jay-Z and Beyonce during that interview. As I said in the moment, they were not present to respond or defend themselves, but now they have. Their lawyers contacted us to say that those claims were totally false and have no basis in fact, and we've therefore complied with the legal request to cut them from the original interview. Editing interviews is not something we do lightly at a show called Uncensored. But, like the proverbial cries of fire in a crowded theatre, there are legal limits on us too. And we apologise to Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Okay, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Two things can be true at once. Diddy could be an absolute dirtbag, guilty of everything, but also Jaguar Wright could be looking for her 15 minutes of fame. Prior to this week, this month, have you ever heard of this person?
I have.
So, okay, I don't know where parties you're at with that.
No,
baby.
not parties, but she's been in front of the camera for a while.
I've never heard of her.
Okay.
I've been listening to hip hop since, Beastie Boys did Brass Monkey in '86.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this person. She's now, if you type in Google, if you type in Jag, what's the first thing that pops up? I guarantee you it's her. Not the Jacksonville Jaguars or an actual Jaguar. She's the first thing that pops up. So she's utilizing this 15 minutes of fame, and there she is right there. Here's what I'll also say about Diddy. This was
what song she was in?
No.
Big Pimpin'. You know what other song she was in?
Big Pimpin', spending.
You know what other
G's.
song?
Yeah, that's Jay-Z.
Yeah. You remember the movie with Denzel, American Gangster? While that one guy comes out with the song Heart of the City.
Yeah.
You know the Heart of the City?
Yeah.
Ain't no more.
It was a remake
That's
of
her.
80s.
She's in it.
Okay.
She's in those two
She's
songs.
a backup singer.
She is,
She's
yeah.
not
Backup singer for Jay-Z in 2001.
Okay, but she ain't Beyonce. She ain't Rihanna.
She has been around.
She's been around
I'm not denying that she's been around it. They're interviewing her for a reason. Here's what I found the most interesting about Diddy overall. This was David Muir was actually, he's the ABC guy, big news guy. He was interviewing, I guess, the guy that's handling a lot of the sexual allegations about Diddy, and he's receiving a lot of phone calls. Here's the most interesting thing about these sexual allegations. Yeah, I don't know if it was him or a different lawyer, but it was on ABC. You can check that out. He goes, talk about a gender difference. It's so interesting about Diddy. He goes, prior to 2005, it was actually 50-50, these allegations that kept coming in, men and women. 50% men, 50% women. But how about this? After 2005, it was 90% men allegations. Something happened with Diddy, allegedly, where he went, this isn't it. But it went from 50-50 allegations, receiving these phone calls, receiving what's going on, doing all these sort of testimonies, to 90% men. When there's smoke, there's fire, Diddy.
Yeah, and
what's going on in that baby
Alex
oil?
Spiro, Pat, was on TMZ, and he said to those two guys, whatever their names are, I didn't send a cease and desist. I sent an ultimatum. Remove that false accusation, or a court is going to order you to.
Who said this?
That's Alex Spiro, right? That's it right there, Pat.
Shocking to you that somebody comes on a show and then kind of levels these vague-ish allegations. Were you kind of ready for something like this to eventually happen?
Listen, there's rumors and then there's nonsense, and this is one step further, right? This is a pointed and formal accusation of something. I felt it needed to be responded to. So I think somebody reported it was a cease and desist. It wasn't that. It was quite bluntly an ultimatum, which is remove that false accusation that's demonstrably false.
Is Beyonce a witch?
The fact that people keep saying, I'm crazy, hell, the situations I had to deal with and survive are crazy.
Kimberly Thompson says she is tormented from being put under manic sexual spells by Beyonce.
She's accusing her of dark magic, witchcraft. Accusations of witchcraft, extreme witchcraft.
Thompson claims Beyonce, she refers to as this person, has started a campaign of harassment against her that includes extreme witchcraft, dark magic, and magic spells of sexual molestation.
Extreme witchcraft and magic spells.
Extreme witchcraft and dark magic to torture her.
She says that Beyonce has been using her magic to run surveillance and control this drummer's finances.
She also claims Beyonce murdered her kitten after the singer put a spell on her.
They were like, the cat has a spell on it. The cat was taken back to her people, and they
point to hand signals like this as an example of her communicating cryptic messages.
We're talking about other situations where changing into animals and jumping into other bodies and all kinds of really crazy stuff.
Bulging muscles and contorted face.
She's even encouraged other celebrities to also steal and copy my ideas.
How do you prove she's a witch? Do you put her in like a big tank of water? So what? How does that work?
This has been going on since 2006, so this has been a complete nightmare.
Spirit cooking, because spirit cooking is my work since I do it since the 90s.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. Recently, it came to my attention that a former employee of Beyonce had sued her, tried to get a restraining order from her in 2018 over allegations of extreme black magic and witchcraft. So obviously I started investigating, and honestly, it left me with a lot more questions than answers. Let's get into it. So first off, I want to start with the lawsuit itself, the legal paperwork filings. These extreme witchcraft allegations come from court filings, but not exactly the type of lawsuit that you would expect. The document itself is actually an application for a restraining order. There's two. There's one for a temporary restraining order, and then there's one for a more long-term order. In California, like in most states, you can get an emergency restraining order off the bat, but then you have to actually go to court and make a case, like do a little trial, a little hearing in order to get the permanent one. So the temporary one you can get quicker without a lot of evidence and stuff, but then you have to get a long-term one if you want it to keep going. Okay, so I have those documents in my folder. We're gonna probably have to blur out, probably ain't gonna be able to show you any of this first page and all that, but I have here the temporary restraining order, and then I have the long-term one or whatever. So starting with the first one that the court would need to decide upon is the temporary one. It was denied. It was dismissed, but I do want to just read a couple things from it. So the first 2 pages are pretty much just personal information, and then you get to the first allegation, actual thing she's alleging, and she says, well, first of all, she's writing in the section where you would kind of say like, my animals need to be protected, and this would be like if you share an animal with somebody, temporary, something like that, or if someone actually harmed your animal or something like that. So she put it in that section. And she said, who's they, I do not know, because Beyonce is the only one listed as the respondent in this. From what I can see, I don't know, you tell me. But it says they, whoever that is, put a magic spell on my kitten and killed her after her attacking me for 3 months. Well, that's all it says. Like, there's really no more allegations on the whole file. You tell me. And then at the very end, it just says denied. But this is only the temporary restraining order. And, from the one side of things, not trying to be mean and stuff, I know some people believes in magic and stuff, but I don't think this is necessarily enough to get a restraining order to just say somebody put a curse on your kitten and the kitten died. But that's not to say that the person who filled this out didn't really believe it. I'm not saying she's lying. She probably maybe believed it or whatever, but anyway, it gets denied. So I tried to start redacting and I couldn't. We're just gonna not be able to show y'all the full. We maybe just can show you the title at the top but anyway, so that's the temporary. Well, I'm gonna pass them to y'all. So it was denied, but I think if I'm that judge, I'm probably denying the restraining order as well. Like Beyonce put a magical spell on my kitten is something that I think is a little bit far-fetched, and I would need at least some proof. Send me a video, send me a link to a YouTube, something. Just saying it, I probably deny it too. So not surprisingly, that got denied, but there still was the permanent restraining order to contend with. And she did fill out a form for that as well, and that one made more allegations that are a little bit more like the type of allegations you might expect to traditionally find in a restraining order request. Let me show you what I mean. Okay. This one filed the same day, September 19th, 2018. And similarly, on that first page, just a bunch of personal information we can't show y'all. But these are public records. You can go get these yourself. I'm just, for the purposes of this platform, I'm not showing it. So the bottom of that permanent restraining order page, she says, my former employer uses extreme black magic and witchcraft and wants to own everything I have and keep me controlled under her witchcraft and black magic, and has been successful since 2006 to current. So this 12 years that's been ongoing, this lady's been under Beyonce's witchcraft. That's what she said right here. Okay. Then you go to the next page, and this is the part where she's supposed to be describing her relationship to Beyonce. How does she know Beyonce even, right? And she says, I worked for her as her drummer for her band for 7 years. So I did do a little bit of looking into this just to see if I could find any substantiation to whether or not that was true. And it does appear, I found some receipts. There's these two articles, this one and then this web archived one, which do kind of show that she was a drummer for Beyonce for at least some time. One of them's from 2014. There's also videos around the internet of her.
The last 6 years I toured with Beyonce. That was fantastic. Got a chance to meet Jay-Z and Kanye West.
So then after that, the forum prompts Kimberly to describe the harassment, and she does so. She just says, when did it happen? And she put the day before, September 18th. And it said who was there and, describe it or whatever. She says, black magic, witchcraft, SUL magic, stalking, extreme all caps, blackbirds following me around, paying off past employers to fire me and steal my intellectual property. And then right after that, paying off past employers. So I start noticing a little bit of a pattern emerging where some of these allegations are far-fetched, I'll say. It's a hard sell for me to believe that Beyonce's making a flock of blackbirds follow somebody, or specifically that. I mean, she makes other allegations about insects elsewhere, but then it's like other real allegations in here that for sure happen, and it are grounds for this, like stalking and harassment, like black magic. How are you going to get a restraining order for black magic? You better go to the witch court. The question asks who was there. So she answers her husband, her sister, often, her mother, and other employees. So Beyonce's family was there, allegedly. The next page, number 7, how did the person harass you? And again, it's more of the same thing about the witchcraft extreme. I would like to know the tiered list of I want to know what's the rubric for extreme versus regular versus mild. You know what I mean? Actually, I don't want to know. Keep it to yourself. Don't tell me. Extreme. This was the extreme variety. Witchcraft, dark magic, extreme stalking, magic spells on my kitten. It just goes back and forth, right? Dark magic and then stalking and magic spells. Like one of these things ain't like the other. If this is an IQ test type of thing. Spells on my kitten and then killed my kitten. Extreme SUL magic on me, stalking my travels, paying her employers to manipulate jobs and fire her. Now, this says taping my phones, but I don't know if she meant tapping or taping, so I'm just going to read it as it's written, taping her phones, controlling my finances, bank accounts. Controlling her finances and bank accounts is weird. She is claiming in this restraining order request that Beyonce Knowles, Giselle Knowles Carter, is controlling her finances and bank accounts. That's weird. Tapping my bank accounts, or taping my bank accounts, stalking my social media accounts, stalking my homes since 2006 to current. Then they say, did the person threaten to use any type of weapon? Then she just goes on and continues describing symptoms, I guess. Extreme exhaustion, magic spells of molestation, loss of many jobs, theft of homes, large losses of money, theft of computer hard drives, right? It's like, okay, wait, I don't think the witchcraft is causing the hard drive theft. These are two different styles of allegations in my experience. So that's just what I'm just reading it to y'all. Again, extreme theft of intellectual property. Murder of my kitten, magic spells, lovers, numerous broken relationships. Were you injured? Yes. Extreme spiritual spells.
A grisly scene. Police say they caught this woman cooking human body parts after she'd been casting spells. I have the details on the shocking case out of Kentucky and where the case stands. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. This case sounds like something out of a horror movie. I actually had to look at the headline 2 or 3 times to make sure that I was reading it correctly. And what I'm going to tell you is really, really gruesome and disturbing. So just prepare yourself for that. I'm going to detail what police found for you here in just a bit. Right now, Toralina May Fields is in the Bourbon County Detention Center facing a number of charges after Kentucky State Police say they found the body of Toralina's mother outside of the home that they shared. Once inside, police say they found a pot that was still warm to the touch with body parts inside. It's truly shocking. And this would be shocking if it happened anywhere, but this happened, this grisly discovery was in the small city of Mount Olivet, Kentucky, halfway between Cincinnati and Lexington, Kentucky. About 350 people live there. So this is a very small town. Here's Trooper David Jones with how the investigation started on Wednesday.
Received a call from a person that had went to the residence on Riley Ridge Road and discovered a body in the backyard The person worked on the property, was as a contractor to the homeowner. He called us. We responded to the property. We received a call around 12:25 that day, and 2 units responded, did locate a body in the backyard. They attempted to make contact with anyone in the residence. They had no contact. They set up a perimeter at that time, and had other units come in to secure the residence around the residence. And then a search warrant for the property was obtained. Our special response team was activated and responded to the scene to execute the search warrant due to the extra circumstances with the body in the backyard that was obviously deceased. They, after getting the search warrant, attempted several times to make contact via PA to anyone inside the residence. They did not have any luck with that. They did see somebody in the residence. Eventually, after quite a while attempting to get the person to come out on their own, made entry, did find a female in the residence and took her into custody without incident and removed her.
Trooper Jones said Toralina Fields wasn't being combative. She just refused to come out of the house. Photos from Fox 19 and WKRC in Cincinnati show the scene where members of the special response team met at the property, and you can also see the house in these photos. A citation is offering more details about the efforts to get Toralina to come out of the house. It reads, upon making entry into the residence, the female subject, Toralina May Fields, was the only individual located inside. Toralina refused to exit the residence when multiple commands were given. CS gas was deployed by SRT after multiple volleys of CS gas and conversing with Toralina using a robot. Toralina was removed from the residence without further incident. Toralina appeared to have blood on her face, hands, and clothing. The complaint offers other disturbing details about the dismembered body of Trudy Fields, that's Toralina's mother, that was found in the backyard. Troopers observed a dismembered body lying in the grass behind the residence. In close proximity of the body is a blood-stained mattress. Troopers observed blood on the back porch in the threshold of the back door. Also on the back porch, troopers observed a blood-stained wooden stick and another blood-stained mattress. Drag marks in the grass leading from the residence to the body were observed. Troopers found that Trudy Fields' body had been dismembered. The arms, legs, and head had been removed. The torso and spine were severed in half, and the organs removed. The mattress lying next to the dismembered body was folded over in half. Upon unfolding the mattress, multiple body parts and organs were found inside that appeared to have been cooked inside the oven. The pot was still warm to the touch. Now, there was a repairman that you heard Trooper Jones mention. He's actually the person who discovered this along with his partner, and he told troopers that he had last seen Trudy Fields the night before around 6:30 p.m. That would have been Tuesday. He said that she went with him and his partner to the property gate and appeared to lock it behind them as they left. That same day, the repairman said Toralina was casting spells on them and being confrontational. The citation indicated police believed drugs were involved. Right now, Toralina is not facing a murder charge. That might come later, depending on autopsy results. She is facing charges of obstructing governmental operations, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. I want to tell you about a great free app. It's called Upside, and it's sponsoring.
So, I'm sorry for offering those grisly details to all the bear huggers out there for the Men in Kamala campaign. I'm sorry you had to hear stuff like that. I'm sure probably doesn't help your conditions, but that's real shit that just happened. And you heard the charges that she got. There's like, it wasn't cannibalism charges. It was like obstruction and improper activities with a corpse. What happens if that repairman hadn't been around to be like, hey, they might be cooking people in there? That's some Hannibal Lecter type stuff. And that's just like what, I didn't have to look for that. That's just like news from this past week that showed up. So when they want to poo-poo, you know, celebrities doing crazy shit, it's like, they do crazy shit, and I wouldn't put it past them. And when you know there's low-level people just doing that on their own without a cartel or a gang to back them, right? Just like independent operators. That's like, you know, the equivalent of meth versus like the groups that run the meth, you know, independent competitors. Like that's not a good thing. I don't think we've had you know, stories like that on the show before, because they hadn't happened in history. But for some reason, you know, people cooking people out there, and it's not because they're starving. It's ominous, foretelling, foreboding type of thing.
Yeah, I think we just have a different demographic for this show. Like, I love how that show is called Crime Fix. Like, it's like for like the crazy cat lady audience. You know what I mean? And also, I'm gonna like just avoid bidding jobs up in Kentucky for a little while. It's just, you know, right up the road. So I'm gonna just stick to the Nashville area for now.
I know West Virginia used to get the bad rap for like hillbillies and like, where are you going, city boy? But Kentucky, I think, moved up a couple spots with such things. And yeah, there's more to all those stories, but we don't have time. We do have another piece of evidence to tie all these other pieces of evidence up in a nice little bow for anyone who really has a long attention span and wants to know. We have it for you, because that's what this show's about, in part. In addition to taking the time capsule to the future of balancing information for the official narrative that always survives with the predatory class, we want to just, you know, have some fun in the future, not just now, but when, you know, people in the future found out they're being gaslit and they have evidence, we find it useful now, they'll find it useful in the future as well.
Now, we have this clip from Ryan Cristian and his interview with Vanessa Beeley.
This is the dystopia that we have been talking about in the West. And when you look at 2030 roadmap between Israel and the UK, all of this technology is being developed on the back of the genocide of Palestinians, but it's going to be used against us. We need to make the connection between what is happening in West Asia, what the resistance is trying to do, because the resistance are aware of Netanyahu's vision of a new order. They're very aware of it. And they literally feel they are fighting this war for everybody.
Welcome to The Last American Vagabond. Joining me again today, and it's been a long hiatus. I haven't seen her in a while. Vanessa Beeley, always honored to have her on the show because she is so immersed in these topics, always has more insight, more in-depth, objective, nonpartisan information than pretty much anybody else out there. Bring it on today to discuss kind of what's going on in the Middle East, her perspectives on Lebanon, Gaza, all the different overlaps, Syria, and kind of just see how she perceives a lot of what's happening. And we can talk about Zionism and influence on the upcoming selection, conversations about just different dynamics, the blocking of aid and so on. We have plenty of things to cover today. So Vanessa, how are you? It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Oh, hi, Ryan. It's always nice to be back on with you. And yeah, it has been too long. So it's really good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're doing good. I mean, I know you're always putting yourself in dangerous positions, so it's nice to see that you're doing well. So where are you right now? And if you want to get into that, then, you know, what are you currently?
I mean, you know, I'm in Damascus, which is relatively calm, although, of course, Israel did bomb central Damascus a couple of times in the last 2 weeks, carrying out attempted assassinations, and, of course, in the process, killing civilians and destroying residential apartments in the center of one of the busiest areas of Damascus. And the last attack, of course, was at one of the busiest times. But we also know that what Israel is trying to do with the potential of increasing or escalating the aggression in Syria is, of course, it has been bombing various areas in central, coastal Syria, southern Syria, basically trying to clear a pathway through the air defense and radar, early warning radar systems. And right now, of course, in collusion with Israel, we have a new front that has actually been, sorry, I've got a noisy cat for 2 seconds, that's been basically launched by Al-Qaeda or Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, as they're now known, of course. They've been rebranded multiple times in the northwest, in Idlib. And so the Syrian Arab Army has been mobilizing to the northwest to try and deal with really an expansion of that aggression, or let's say a reignition of that aggression, with Ukrainian backing now, alongside US and Turkish. Turkey is basically providing surveillance. It has military bases in the northwest and in the north, where it's annexing effectively Syrian territory, and is using as a proxy what were formerly known as the Free Syrian Army, that are now known as the Syrian National Army. I always get so mixed up with all of the new monikers that they put on them to try and disguise the fact it's the same guys, you know. So, you know, Syria, as I say, Syria isn't seeing the real heat of the battle yet, but it's, you know, we're kind of bracing ourselves because here people know that what stands between escalation here is Hezbollah. So the war in Lebanon is sort of pivotal to what happens next in Syria, basically.
Well, so a few things on Syria since we start there. In regard to the larger perspective. Well, actually, first, before we get to that, how it fits into everything. So it's interesting. So we're talking about Idlib yet again, right? So for those that may not have watched our many different interviews over the years of this discussion, or your work over it, or just the Brett McGurk himself highlighting it as the biggest hotspot for Al-Qaeda, you know, so explain how that fits in today. So we're talking about a location that the U.S. is working through today with other foreign partners through Idlib.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the US is working basically, you can go from the south up the eastern border into the northeast. The north is pretty much central northern areas are under the control of Turkey and its proxy forces. But of course, Turkey is a NATO member state. And then into the northwest, you've got Abu Mohammed Jolani, who, if you remember, PBS tried to kind of normalize him, put him in a suit and brush him up a bit and make him look human. But this guy was formerly with ISIS, then Al-Qaeda or Nusra Front, and then basically, as I said, it was rebranded into Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. It formed the Salvation government. So in other words, you know, the West was trying to present this as a legitimate opposition to the legitimate Syrian government and the internationally recognized Syrian government.
Well, so just really, so for those that are, you know, because I'm in a really positive way, we do have a lot of new people in these conversations and new eyes on these conversations that have never been here before, and really in a really positive way. And whether that's because of the COVID-19 illusion or the, you know, kind of dissolving conversation around Zionism. So on that point, somebody who may be confused by going, wait, did she just say ISIS? And so you know, I know this is for us really tough territory, right? So, but we're talking about an ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and you're saying that the U.S. government is working with these assets, correct? And this location is where they're, as even Brett McGurk not too long ago said, one of the biggest hotspots in the area. So just explain why that is the case for those that might be shocked to hear you say that they're working alongside U.S. entities.
Well, basically, I mean, ISIS grew out of what was really Al-Qaeda in Iraq and from, you know, the black sites, the CIA black sites in Iraq. And they were given, let's say, the time period in order to be incubated, in order to form the organization and so on by the US. You know, this is a pretty well-known fact. And then, of course, they were used, yes, they were weaponized, both Al-Qaeda and ISIS, as proxies of the US to overthrow the Syrian government. Now, in 2016, in September, John Carey, under the Obama administration, Secretary of State, was recorded in a closed session at the UN speaking to Syrian opposition activists, and that's a euphemism. Terrorist adjuncts, let's say, including the White Helmet organization that was midwifed by the CIA and the MI6 in order to, let's say, give a humanitarian cover to the terrorist groups and also to provide the propaganda, including the chemical weapons, fabricated staged events that were used to criminalize the Syrian government and Russia. And in that closed session, what he basically says was they allowed ISIS to flourish because they believed that ISIS would be able to overthrow the Syrian government. So that was a very clear admission.
Right. And I was going to say really quickly, make sure you check out the many different interviews that Vanessa's had around the world, but with T-Level alone, about the white helmets, about the reality of all of this. Just on a side note, I recommend you take a deep dive back on a lot of her work and we've talked about, because all this stuff is not new information, but for some people it may be shocking. But so with, Al-Tam for the Al-Rukban camp or whatever, that location and Idlib, we're talking about sort of the control of the flow through land bridges and so on, and really just working alongside the terrorists, right? The moderate rebels. And so that's interesting for new people to see. And so in that context, we're talking about that little dynamic working with Israel. So how does that play in the larger picture of what people are seeing who may kind of just be waking up to some of these foreign policy dynamics, right? So we see Israel occupy the occupation of Palestine, the ongoing situation there, occupying Lebanon, occupying parts of Syria. So what's Israel's design in this, and why is it suddenly relevant to the ongoing Middle East conversation?
Well, if you go back to 1997 and the clean break doctrine that was commissioned by Netanyahu back then, so he's effectively been in control of these events largely for the past 3 decades. Now, the clean break doctrine talked openly about destroying Iraq as the road to Damascus, destabilizing Damascus, effectively partitioning the region, bringing, let's say, less radical, this is Israel's language, Arab Sunni Muslim states like the Gulf states, like Jordan, like Egypt on board. In other words, normalization with those nations to prevent them from joining the resistance axis to end the Zionist occupation in the region. And then, it's a very long and convoluted history, but, I'm going to really try to kind of condense it down. But effectively, what is Syria? Syria is the backbone of the resistance axis. So that resistance axis runs from, if you imagine it, like literally a spine. So from Palestine through Lebanon, through Syria, into Iraq, and then into Iran. And of course, Yemen is also included in that track. Now, Syria is the central hub. It's the central land bridge. It is literally the spine of the resistance. And that's why this war was started in 2011, to break the spine, to destroy that land bridge where Iran and other players can supply the resistance with arms, even with humanitarian aid, of course, with oil, because the US is occupying Syrian oil and agricultural resources in the northeast and even in the northwest under Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda have a monopoly on the processing of the oil that is being stolen by the US and its proxies, whether ISIS or now, of course, the Kurdish separatists known as the YPG or the SDF. And so for Israel, it was always incredibly important to bring Syria to heel. Now, after 9/11, Tony Blair and George W. Bush attempted to do it through, let's say, courting President Assad, trying to bring him into the fold, trying to attract him to the Qatari pipeline instead of the Russian-backed Iranian oil pipeline, which of course he turned down in 2009. And from then on, basically, the insurgents against the Syrian government was planned, and the overthrow was planned, because the courting of Assad didn't work. He wouldn't relinquish the Palestinian cause. He wouldn't force Hezbollah to leave Syrian territory, where many of them had established themselves after the Nakba in 1948, when 750,000 plus Palestinians were ethnically cleansed by the Zionists. And so therefore, the regime change war began on behalf of Israel. And Israel has consistently provided weapons to the armed groups. It's provided medical treatment to the armed groups. I even went to the south and saw when it was basically liberated, and saw the hospitals that Israel had built on the border to treat the armed groups. Those hospitals were then dismantled, but strewn all over the ground was Israeli labeled pharmaceuticals and equipment that had been left behind in the rush to sort of get out of there. So Israel has from the beginning supported the destabilization and the partitioning of Syria, and therefore, of course, it supported the Kurdish separatist settlement in the northeast, because if you look at the map of Greater Israel, and people may not be aware of what this means, but effectively, the Zionist movement has always historically been an expansionist movement. And it has always perceived, I mean, we're seeing a lot more of that language now from Smotrich and Ben Gvir, that they believe it is their historical and religious right to expand their territory into 3/4 of Syria, leaving the northeastern section, which of course then explains why the US and the Kurds are occupying the territory east of the Euphrates. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, sections of Turkey even, I believe, will become, and of course Lebanon and Palestine, that goes without saying, will become Greater Israel. And so therefore, what, you know, in my opinion, what we are seeing now is the attempted realization of this project to effectively take control of all territories. In Palestine, that's definitely what we're seeing. We'll talk about what's going on in Gaza with the separation of the north from the central and southern parts of the strip, because that's an Ariel Sharon Five Fingers Plan project that is now being kind of reintroduced, in my opinion. And then, of course, Lebanon, what's going on in Lebanon. It's not only a war against Hezbollah, it's a war to recapture the territory that they lost in 2000 and 2006. And in my opinion, to take control of Lebanon entirely.
Next, we take a look at a clip from New World Next Week with James Corbett and James Evan Pilato.
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato of MediaMonarchy.com, not open to considering third-party takeover proposals. We've got that story plus the media's uncharitable trust, but first, Amazon goes nuclear to invest more than $500 million to develop small modular reactors. Amazon Web Services is investing more than $500 million in nuclear power, announcing 3 projects from Virginia to Washington State. AWS, Amazon's subsidiary in cloud computing, CIA being their biggest customer, has a massive and increasing need for a clean energy as it expands its services into generative AI. It's also part of Amazon's path to net zero carbon emissions. AWS announced it had signed an agreement with Dominion Energy, Virginia's utility company, to explore the development of small modular nuclear reactor, SMR, near Dominion's existing North Anna nuclear power station. Nuclear reactors produce no carbon emissions. An SMR is an advanced type of nuclear reactor with a smaller footprint that allows it to be built closer to the grid. They also have faster construction time than traditional reactors, allowing them to come online sooner. Amazon is the latest large tech company to buy into nuclear power to fuel the growing demands from data centers. And James, what a massive coinky-dink. The other main intelligence-connected tech front company is doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. Google turns to nuclear to power its AI data centers. This coming from the BBC. Google has signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its AI data centers. The company says its agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using its first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035. James, we're getting a little bit past 2030 because it's getting so close. The companies did not give any details about how much the deal is worth or where the plants will be built. Thank you very much. Technology firms are increasingly turning to nuclear sources of energy to supply the electricity used by the huge data centers that drive the godlike, life-saving AI. The grid needs new electricity sources to support AI technology, says Michael Terrell, Senior Director for Energy and Climate at Google. I think Terrell is also the Blade Runner evil corporation, James. This agreement helps accelerate a new technology to meet energy needs cleanly and reliably and unlock the full potential of AI for everyone. Made-up pictures and deer antler filters for everyone. James, what a time to be alive.
Deer antler filters?
You know, all the filters everybody uses and puts a goofy note like, is this
like on
what we need?
Or Instadork. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad it took me a second to process that. It sounded like word salad for a second. Yeah. It just goes to show how up with the current lingo I am. Anyway, yeah, exactly. The marvels of the AI age. Yay. Thank you. But yes, brought to you by lots and lots and lots and lots of electricity. Wow. Who would have thought? And now cue all the surprised environmentalists going, what? I was told that the entire modern world was going to run on solar and wind and unicorn farts. What's going on? Oh, that's not going to happen. It's going to be lots and lots of nuclear, which of course people in my audience will know. They'll remember, for example, my editorial from 2022 on green energy is a scam. It isn't meant to work. And that brings us to this doorstep, because as, of course, the bot-controlled, paid, and eugenicist-driven modern environmental movement has been taught that the one and only thing that matters is carbon dioxide and maybe some methane and other greenhouse gases, so the solution will be nuclear. Well, let's ask the country of Japan how that's working out for them. We have this from September 4th. Lack of task checking halted debris removal at Fukushima unit. And then the follow-up, TEPCO may resume debris extraction from Fukushima reactor next week. Yay, okay. So, yeah, for those who aren't aware, the Fukushima disaster is obviously still ongoing and expected to be ongoing for, I don't know, half a century or so before they can actually really remove all of the spent fuel. Yay. So what could go wrong? But how about this reality check from just last couple of days? Japan's voters put nuclear energy on back burner despite safety worries. And we have the follow-up to that. Japan shifting back to nuclear to ditch coal, power AI. So there you go. This is the situation that we're being put in. It's not just the Fanksters, but the Fanksters are obviously going to be involved in it too, because they are up to their snoot, up to their eyeballs in this. If only there were a way. If only there were a way to get all of this deer antler filter wonder and goodness without all of that electricity. If only we had a more efficient way of doing it. Oh, hey, actually, as it turns out, just coinkadinkly, there actually is. The brainheads and brainiacs are working on something. And people who saw my recent editorial on scientists create organic slave computers, what could go wrong, might have an inkling of what that involves. But if you don't, boy, you are in for an interesting story. So I will link that up in the show notes if people are interested. But yeah, long story short, don't worry. They have a proposed solution to this energy crisis, and it is nightmarish. Appropriately enough for the spooktacular season here.
Which was a theme recently on a New World Next Week episode. The false fix to what is a real issue or a real concern. Google and Amazon not having enough power to run AI doesn't really feel like a life-threatening, really important thing that we need to spend a lot of time on. But also remember, your car and gas stove, those are bad, and those are going to have to go, though. That's how we get started on New World Next Week, episode 569, into our 15th year here at New World Next Week. And I think a really important one for our second story, James. 23andMe reportedly faces bankruptcy. What's going to happen to all that DNA since it was founded nearly 2 decades ago? 23andMe, which I believe was essentially bought by Google and run by ex-Google monsters and Ann and Susan. One of them's dead. The sisters all running it. 23andMe has grown into one of the largest biotech companies in the world. Millions of people have used its simple genetic testing service, which involves ordering a saliva test, spitting into a tube, and sending it back to the company for a detailed DNA analysis. But now the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. James, I was reporting on this story weeks ago, and their stock basically tanked. I won't dare to go check it out right now. It was basically like 35 cents. That's now raised concerns about what will happen to the troves of genetic data it has in its possession. The company's chief executive, Ann Wojcicki, said she is committed to customer privacy and will maintain our current privacy policy. But what can customers of 23andMe themselves do to make sure their highly personal genetic data is protected, aside from never doing this stupid thing in the first place, if you've already crossed that bridge? And should we be concerned about other companies that also collect our DNA? Yes. 23andMe is one of the largest companies in the crowded marketplace for direct-to-consumer genetic testing. And again, James, you always got to wonder the rush into the market. These people, they think they're going to all get rich doing this? Possibly, probably. Is it part of a larger ploy for what we see? Probably. Founded in 2006 in California, launching its spit test and personal genome service the following year at an initial cost of $999. This test won Time Magazine's Invention of the Year in 2008. Customers eagerly took up the opportunity to spit in a tube and mail it back in a few weeks, and when the results were ready, they could find out about their health, ancestry, other things like food preferences, fear of public speaking, cheek dimples, just how Jewish you are. The price of testing kits rapidly dropped. It is currently $79 and falling. The company expanded globally and by 2015 had 1 million sucker customers. Firm went public in 2021 and initially the stock price soared. As of 2024, however, the company claims 14 million people have taken a 23andMe DNA test. They rode the wave of popular excitement and investor interest in genetics. And of course, they weren't alone. By 2022, the direct-to-consumer genetic testing market was valued at $3 billion. So $3 billion worth, again, of people giving away their very life essence. The three largest players, 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, and MyHeritage, together hold the genetic data of almost 50 million people globally. Dozens of smaller players, too, with some focusing on emerging markets, such as Map My Genome in India, and 23Mofang and WeGene in China, of course. So once, of course, they get those done, then they'll have 6 billion people on the DNA rolls. 23andMe has had a rapid downfall after the 2021 high of its public listing. Values dropped more than 97%. That's almost all the percents. In 2023, it suffered a major data breach affecting almost 7 million users, and they already settled the class action lawsuit for a paltry $30 million. Last month, this is when it really all hit the news, James, and I kind of saw this in my news feeds. I was like, this seems important. All their independent directors all resigned from the board. Amid the news, the original founder was planning to take the company private once more. What this might mean for the vast stores of genetic data is unclear. In a statement to The Conversation, a 23andMe spokesperson said Wojcicki is not open to considering third-party takeover proposals, and in the event that any future ownership change, the company's existing data privacy agreements with customers would remain in place unless and until customers are presented with and agree to new terms and statements. Click, yep, I already agreed. I thought I was just logging into the website. I didn't know I completely threw out any legal rights I had. And after only receiving appropriate notice of any new terms under applicable data protection laws. James, do you know people that did this?
I don't. I haven't talked to anyone who did. Didn't your brother do this?
They all did it, man.
Yeah.
All my family's DNA has all been sold off.
Exactly, which means anyone in your family does it. They essentially have you. Right? Yeah, that's the way it works. So I don't know, maybe some cousin or aunt or something has done it, and I don't know. But yeah, as you say, I mean, they've got so much genetic data here, and what's going to happen to that? You know, this raises an incredibly, incredibly important question that goes way beyond just 23andMe, although obviously that's important, but the question of who owns your DNA. And this is something that I have had a lot to say about over the years, so forgive me for being a bit self-pluggy here, but there's a lot to cover. So for example, back in 2009, I wrote an article about announcing the DNA control grid, about some mainstream media coverage of the fact that, oh, by the way, if you've been born in a hospital basically anywhere in the Western developed world in the past 50 years, your DNA was collected at birth through the blood spot test, right? They do the heel prick test thing and collect your blood. And those blood samples have been collected and stored, and it's different in different localities. In Australia, it's different than in America, for example. But essentially, either the government itself or the Department of Defense or some private contractor gets to keep and store those records and then use them in genetic tests in the future without your knowledge or consent. Oh, by the way, did you know that? Well, anyway, and next with the weather. I mean, that was just blithely announced in 2009 as this ongoing half-century long story that no one knew about. I followed that up in 2010 with an episode of the Corbett Report podcast on who owns your DNA. In 2015, I was writing about DNA shaming. Welcome to Orwell's Nightmare, talking about the advertising firm Ogilvy and Mather. They came up with this spiffy new advertising campaign to stop littering in Hong Kong by taking and collecting litter like cigarette butts from the street, getting the DNA analysis, and then constructing, well, this is what the face of that person would look like. And then they would put them up on billboards. This person is a litterer. And it's a crazy story. You got to see the video that accompanies that to understand it. I did a 2019 propaganda watch on First They Came Through Your Fingerprints, ... talking about the growing DNA database of everyone and everything for every possible reason, and FBI and others collecting DNA, even without any actual criminal charges or criminal investigation. I wrote in 2021 about the next threat, DNA exploitation, and how even the U.S. National Counterintelligence and Security Center was writing a warning that your DNA and is going to be gathered and used against you by the Chinese, of course. I mean, don't worry when the Americans do it. It's one of those dastardly Chinese. So anyway, I have a lot to say about this. It's a really, really important subject as we blindly stumble into the Gattaca future. Here we go.
Yeah, don't let TikTok have your private information, so we should ban it, just to give all your information to the American surveillance corporations. James, 2009, that was when we started this very show here, New World Next Week. And yeah, I think they all did it in my family. Lots of other extended family folks did it as well. Because I remember my mom saying, when my brother got his back, it says we're Jewish. Which is a real surprise to my 100% Italian father, and then the Native American and Irish, that's the other side. Again, if I were a conspiracy theorist, I would think they're screwing with the results because they don't care. This is just part of another giant psychological campaign. They've already got your information. That was the main part of the mission. Whatever crap they tell you is, I think, incidental to them. Two things. James, you ever heard of Baroness von Sketch from the CBC? Female sketch comedy group. I'd never heard of them. Someone posted the clip. It was actually just the raw video itself into my Media Monarchy server, so I didn't know who it was. It wasn't linked to a social media or YouTube site. And I was told this is Baroness von Sketch, a female sketch comedy group that's, I guess, on the CBC. My introduction to them was this great skit about being 98%. They all go around the table. I got my genetic results. It says I'm 12% this and 47% that. And then it gets to the final woman. It says I'm 98% dumbass for giving away my DNA to a company that owns it forever. And it also says I'm 20% Mexican. Oh, yay. Oh, that's awesome. It's pretty fantastic. Always looking for good sketch comedy. I know it's on the CBC. How rebel can it be? The other one, and I mean, that is 100% true, that you are 98% dumbass if you gave away your DNA without thinking about who would own this. The one I'm not so sure of, James, but interesting nonetheless. I don't know if you saw this one. This goes back to 2021. Man sends lizard saliva to 23andMe for DNA testing, exposing total fraud of companies' claims of human ancestry. That one you can find on Natural News, and you can find it on Reddit. There does appear to be video documentation. I can't prove this, but it is another point of detail on this New World Next Week, episode 569. James, anything else to add before we rush into our final story?
I will certainly not defend the CBC, but Kids in the Hall, I'll defend them. They were somewhat rebel, weren't they?
Well, that's kids in the hall, whitest kids they were on IFC. They had some money funding behind them. I think some of the most subversive, fantastic comedy has come from sketch comedy over the last 20 years. James, this is, I think, if not an annual installment, this is definitely a regular, recurring type of segment on New World Next Week. I don't know if you were able to go through and tally all the previous times we've discussed this type of story. Americans' trust in media remains at trend low. This is from Gallup, the poll people. Americans continue to register record low trust in the mass media, with 31% expressing a great deal or fair amount of confidence, so only 31 say they like it. For the media, for the news to report fully, accurately, and fairly, similar to last year's 32%, except down another percent point. America's trust in the media, such as newspapers, television, and my poor beleaguered radio, first fell to 32% in 2016 when Orange Man was first discovered to be bad, and did so again last year. For the third consecutive year, more U.S. adults have no trust at all in the media, 36%, than trusted a great deal or fair amount. Another 33% of Americans express not very much confidence. Gallup first asked this question in 1972 when things were kind of crazy politically here in the States, and it's measured in most years since 1997. In 3 readings in the 1970s, trust ranged from 68 to 72%. Yet by Gallup's next readings in the late 1990s and early 2000s, smaller majorities of 51 and 55% trusted the news media. The latest findings are from a poll conducted pretty recently, September 3rd through the 15th, which includes Gallup's annual update on trust in media and other civic and political entities in the U.S. As has been the case historically, partisans have different levels of confidence in the media to report the news fully, accurately, and fairly. What does that mean? Depending on which flavor of soda you like, is which news you think doesn't lie to you for arms manufacturers and pharmaceutical makers. 54% of Democrats, 27% of independents, and 12% of the hated Republicans say they have a great deal or fair amount of trust in the media. Independents' trust matches their record low in 2022, while Democrats and Republicans are statistically similar to their historical low points in more ways than one. After dropping precipitously to the trend low of 51% in 2016, Democrats' trust in media ranged from 68 to 76% between 2017 and 2022, but fell only to 58% last year. So isn't it interesting the folks who are accused of running all the media say they still have a pretty high amount of trust in their media that they run? James?
Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right. We do cover this or if not every year, pretty much every year. And it's usually, I think, around October. So I was going to go through and pull up every single time, but yeah, that's a lot of work. People can have fun exploring our archives and discovering the fact that, yes, we've been documenting this year after year after year. Yes, record low after record low after record low in terms of people's trust in the media. And if you ask me, it's still 31% too high, but hey, it's being chipped away at. Anyway, yeah, of course, it speaks to the fact that more people than ever are understanding that, oh yeah, these pharmaceutical manufacturers and weapons manufacturers and other people who are funding this media into existence, maybe they don't have our best interest in mind. Maybe they're not committed to nothing but the truth. And that's, at this point, I mean, what else could you possibly say to someone who still trusts in the establishment media? That's the way it is, says Walter Cronkite, the literal voice of the owl at the cremation of care ritual in Bohemian Grove. Again, what more needs to be said? So, just in the interest of the fact that, as I say, we've been documenting this year after year, and yes, the dinosaur media, the comet has struck, they're just finding out about it in recent years. But in the interest of that type of thing that we document every year, I think that we didn't get a chance to document this year, which we do every single year because of our various breaks this year. So let's put it on the record. Notice on the continuation of the national emergency with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism. Yes, the 9/11 emergency order that Bush, I can't even say that name, thankfully, first signed on September 23rd, 2001, was thankfully renewed by Biden, or the people who puppeteer Biden, on September 18th of this year. So yes, for the 23rd year in a row, the President of the United States of America has continued the threat of terrorism and the emergency orders that upends the Constitution, or whatever was left of it, in the name of fighting the boogeyman. Yes, that has happened again as well. So we can pretty much set our clocks by it. September, whatever puppet is in charge, like Trump or Biden or anyone else, is going to renew the terror threat. And in October, we're going to find out that less people trust the media than ever. So anyway, yay.
Now, let's take a look at some highlights from AM Wake Up from this week. Make sure to support and share their show to keep this great channel going. Share the show. Share the show. Share the show.
Share the fucking show.
I hope you had a fantastic weekend and that you're ready for Monday. I'm not. I'm not. To be perfectly honest with you, I would much rather prefer to be in bed right now. But here we are. Here we are. And we're going to do the whole damn thing. If you haven't been keeping up with the show, then perhaps you're not aware that we're not fans of the two-party illusion, duopoly bullshit. Christina Tobin is going to be on the show, I think, the last hour. Pretty sure. Kriston T. Harris from The Rundown. Fantastic program. And Kriston, friend of the show, hit me up over the weekend, said, hey, could you have my friend on? I said, sure. Yeah, let's do that. Sounds like a good idea. So that's going to happen. And that'll be the third hour of the show. Before that, there's an awful lot to talk about, an awful lot to get to and go through, all that kind of good shit. So, so let's go ahead and do that. You know, we played a couple of different clips from Judge Joe Brown over the last several months, where Judge Joe Brown is well, I mean, kind of talking shit, but also kind of talking reality. So I would like to go ahead and highlight one of these moments with this. Let's do that.
I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but we got a witch running for president.
It's true.
That woman is the worst kind of sleaze you can ever think of. I was in California when it was going down, and I used to represent 40 years ago a whole chunk of pimps and hoes in Memphis. And I know a hoe when I see one. And when I see a hoe, I know she got a pimp. And I want to find out who the pimps are that we getting tricked out on the benefit of.
I know, Joe. I know. But go ahead, continue. I'm pretty sure you guys know too.
Who are the pimps that this woman is working for?
Ooh, hey, let's see guesses in chat right now. Because you guys know, just like I know.
And I see some decent ladies out there. I've met a few of you. And I resent the fact that you got a hoe that's being your face. You see, tomorrow is yesterday today. So today was yesterday and it'll be tomorrow. That's why we have to understand today. What the hell did you just say? And you gonna fake off about being a Negro? I met a daddy, sat next to the man for 2.5 hours at the Governor General's table down in Jamaica. My ex-wife asked him what he was. He said he was Irish and he was Hindu. She said, you don't have anybody black in your family? He said, no.
Well, and that's true. That's true. Not necessarily on, dad's side, on mom's side, of course. But I think it was specifically that hoe. I don't think it's hoes in general. Because he did say that he represented them. Judge Joe Brown without a give a damn, pretty fucking funny. It really is pretty funny. Christina Tobin has a different idea about how all of this could work. And again, huge shout to Cristian T. Harris from the Rundown Live, friend of the show, wonderful human being, for connecting me with Christina. She's gonna throw an actual debate in LA in a couple of days. The organization that she is with is Free and Equal Elections, and I'm very happy, very excited to get into this a little bit. Christina, welcome to the show. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm doing well. How are you?
I am fan freaking tastic, and yeah, I can't say no to Cristian. He's just a lovely, fuzzy human being, and yeah, I will support indefinitely whatever he's got going on.
Yes, me too. I feel the same way about him.
So let's get into let's just jump right into it. So Free and Equal Elections, we have an oligarchy that you can't vote your way out of, and we have a entirely rigged system. What I guess, like, what what are you trying to do to highlight these inconsistencies, and then what's the approach to solving it?
Sorry. It's I'm about to hit the road to Los Angeles, so I'm glad to hop on here with you. And so we had a real quick production set up, because I'm like, we just got to do this before I hit the road. And I've known Cristian for over a decade, so I'm really glad that he brought us together, because it's going to be truly the independent media and movement that's going to help spark an independent movement. And I always make time for things that matter, even though we're at the real crunch time for the debate. So I apologize. I had a little bit of distraction in the background, but I'm good now. But your question was what's coming up with the debate? I missed that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. So this October 23rd, we're going to be hosting a presidential debate. My nonprofit, Free and Equal Elections, will be hosting a presidential debate. And the debate will be held in Hollywood, a private venue. And this will be the fourth presidential debate we're hosting in 2024. And Free and Equal has been hosting debates since 2008. We have the candidates from the third, fourth, and fifth largest parties. Yes, there are more parties out there and candidates than there are the two parties, which, you know, some people might like one or the other, but I think there's a reason why a majority of voters are not voting. Maybe they're not inspired by the candidate. Maybe they're not sure if their vote counts, you know, things that they have reasons for their own, as to they don't believe in the process. However, we're here to help bring transparency in our elections. And through the debate, October 23rd, it's at a dream come true venue. Lady Gaga shot there 2 weeks ago for a week with our executive producer. And the funding and the support has shifted through the presidential debate series. This last debate is being primarily supported by the arts and music rather than the political realm, because the political realm is kind of like has so many agendas, and a lot of the people are hopping on the insular right, some could say, and it's part of the process. I mean, hey, if Trump is your guy or Harris is your lady, I'm not attached. I just feel, for me, an independent movement is the way in the future. We could have even better candidates in the future, and I foresee that happening. So the debate will be October 23rd. You can go to freeandequal.org, and you can sign up for the live stream. It's open source. It's going to be aired on Scripps News, C-SPAN, Rumble, KPFK. They're coming in studio. Kim Iverson's going to come in, some TikTok influencers, as well as other journalists and artists at the debate. And I'm excited for it. And there's a bigger vision happening beyond the debate, October 23rd in Hollywood. So it's only 2 days from now.
And this is going to be what, Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, and Claudia Delacruz?
Close. I wish she was there. She was invited, and so was Cornel West. I'm quite perplexed that they're not at this debate. It's about upwards of $250,000 funded debate, which is primarily the venue, and people have done it at cost and support this vision. We have candidates, Dr. Jill Stein from the Green Party, Chase Oliver from the Libertarian Party, and Randall Terry from the Constitution Party are confirmed, the third, fourth, and fifth largest party. So thanks for catching that. I, of course, need to mention one of the most important parts is which candidates are going to be talking about the ideas that the VP debate, topics, discussions. They didn't address the war hardly at all. Like, I mean, this is the top issue. Of course, TV networks should not be hosting debates, and I don't think I need to explain to you and your viewers why. So, yeah, I'm excited to have those three candidates. I consider them friends. And while you may not agree with all their viewpoints, one thing in common between all of them, no one controls them. No big money controls them. No lobbyists, AIPAC, you name it, powers that be. They speak their own mind, and they speak for the people.
It is kind of interesting that because prior to, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like the mid 80s or something like that. The League of Women Voters hosted presidential debates. And then it changed 30, 40 years ago to where presidential debates were then hosted directly by television networks. And all of the TV networks, advertisers, and sponsors would have a little bit more say-so in what was going to happen. And it's gone so so far away from an exchange of ideas and actually presenting what a position is or a policy is. And it's become so much more of low-tier sniping, which, okay, entertaining to a degree, especially if it was Trump on stage in 2016 at the Republican primary debates, where he was like, look, Rand Paul's ugly and Ted Cruz's wife is a dog. But that became the substance of the debate rather than any single individual putting forth a vision for the country. I also think Cornel West is a clown, by the way. It's probably not the conversation that we're going to get into, but the Green Party.
If they were running a real campaign, some say, in the network deeply around the Jesse Jackson world and all, they would be at this debate. So I've kindly told both Cornel and Claudia that, because I can call them, I have their cell phones, but they just haven't given a reason. And I told them that I believe this will be the biggest regret of their campaign, not showing up at this debate.
Especially Claudia has no reason not to show up there. She lives right by there.
Well, I don't know where does she live?
She Pasadena.
Oh, well, see, I didn't know that, and that says something.
Yeah. And look, Cornel West is he
lives in the area too, by the way.
Yeah, and the Green Party, instead of having a free and fair and open primary, originally selected Cornel West.
Yes, actually, he was originally recruited by the People's Party, Nick Brana, and that's a whole nother story. I don't work with him anymore, but by any means, after his run with the Kennedy campaign, important, so I'll leave it at that. But initially he was nominated to run with the Green Party, and they had differences, and a part of me is like, that was really the reason. I've heard Jill Stein's take and Dr. Cornel and his wife's take on the differences that they've had, but boy, to be a leader in our country, you got to put those differences aside. And even with Cornel and Claudia not being at this debate, I will invite them wholeheartedly to be a part of a bigger movement that's going to be kicking off from the end of this debate, October 23rd, which is the United We Stand tour. And we've had artists like Chuck Teace since 2014, Immortal Technique, founding members of Wu-Tang Clan to Kamani Marley, you name it, genres across Natalie Rise, Blue King Brown around Steel Pulse Energy. Like, so we're having we're really transitioning us towards the music and art. So, it's their own choice. It's their freedom of choice. It's not how I would run a campaign, but I'm glad they're running no matter. And I'm glad they're a part of it, but they will truly be glad that they're part of wanting to reform the system. But yeah, it's perplexing why they won't be a part of this debate. It might be because of personal differences between Jill Stein and Cornel West. It's the only thing I can think of. And with Claudia, I'm not sure.
I'm not either. And it's a little bit perplexing. And I really don't want this conversation to be about, kicking around idiots, but Nick Brana is a fucking moron. All right. I've known
He's
Nick.
not a kind person.
I've known Nick for 5 or 6 years now. I've had to try to work around what he's done and has done over many, many years. And, I'll tell you a little story. Okay. We were in DC, 4 years ago, and it was right before the January 6th thing, right before the Stop the Steal event. We were hosting a couple of different events around the court case, persecution, and prosecution of Julian Assange. Nick tried to attach himself to that event. He wound up quite literally trying to hide behind a tree because there was a very animated, very loud Asian gentleman who was confronting him. And he quite literally grabbed his coffee cup and went and hid behind the bushes. So this is why there's somebody in the chat saying Nikki Bushes, because they've been with the show for a while. But Nick's a clown. And I'm sorry that you have had to encounter that fool.
Well, he had a negative impact on the Robert F. Kennedy campaign because my other business is petitioning. I've been doing that for 25 years. I've coordinated millions of signatures and was the national ballot access coordinator for independent Ralph Nader in 2008. Oversaw, built a team. I won't take all the credit. The team did, so much of the work. I'm an organizer and got him on the ballot in 45 states plus DC. Starting at 0 ballot lines, we even exceeded the Libertarian Party in 2008. They started with, I think, over 30 ballot lines. We started at 0. So I'm an expert in that field. I was hired by American Values, a super PAC, to do a couple state ballot drives. For Kennedy, it was definitely a connection through the network indirectly with Brana and Kennedy in early days when he seemed to be doing good work around Rage Against the War Machine and so on. But in any case, Kennedy brought him in. He became the ballot access coordinator for Kennedy. Unfortunately, when the super PAC drive decided to come to a halt and the campaign decided to do all the ballot access, Nick Brana cut me out. He decided to work with Trent Poole, who's one of the worst people in the industry. So Trent and Brana cut me out of contracts 2-3 times. Bobby Kennedy tried to make it right. And unfortunately, the campaign manager sided with Brana and Trent Poole. She, Amaryllis Fox said, Trent Poole's a great friend of mine. He can come to a wedding. I'm like, okay, well, that's the snake oil salesman guy in the industry.
Yeah.
And so at one point, we know Kennedy, this is a lot of internal stuff. I mean, at one point, we know Kennedy was asked by Trump to be the VP. I think at that time, he thought he was going to be able to overcome the DNC and the challenges. But as I started seeing the petitions and state leaders forwarding to me the challenges, there was so much fraud that, the restricted ballot access barriers themselves are the root of the problem. Shouldn't be over 900,000 signatures for an independent to get on the ballot versus only 25 or 50,000 for D's and R's. Yes, it's the root of the problem. But when you're going up against a system like Ralph Nader did in 2008, and when I came in and stepped in, Ralph told me right off the bat, I don't think you can do this. He's like Mr. Relentless, right? So that's a tough one. I'm like, well, I'm going to give him my best shot because he was knocked off the ballot in 32 states by the Democratic Party in 2004. And I was able to succeed and overcome those odds. So with RFK Jr., had he, number one, hired me as a ballot access coordinator he would have had a chance of actually getting on the ballot, standing up against the DNC. Because I bring a legal team with me and law firm and the best in the industry. But unfortunately, Brana and Trent Pool ran a very poor drive, and Kennedy pulled out of the race before the people could see how poor the results were. So that's a very big impact and a negative impact he had made on the Kennedy campaign. And Kennedy did everything he could do to make it right, but Amaryllis Fox chose the wrong people.
And Amaryllis Fox is Bobby Kennedy's niece, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she put out in the network because I was on the call with her and Brana, and he started screaming and yelling, I'm not that way. I'm like, you cut me out. Like, no, I have the evidence ×3. And Amaryllis sided with him and called from that situation me crazy. I'm like, in the network, I'm like, nope, not crazy. I just, the only thing crazy here is that you hired Nick Braun and Trent Pool to run the ballot drive for Kennedy. But she did a lot of great stuff, I would say, for Kennedy with little to no experience. But the team around the Kennedy campaign, there was a lot of let's just say it's not the kind of team that Ralph Nader had in 2008. There was not little to no partying and it just was a lot more simple. And that's something important to be able to run a successful campaign. But I commend him on running. A lot of the state leaders were wonderful. The national team, a little bit more challenging to deal and work with. It was a blessing not to take on that job because that enabled me, which is the focus today, to build the presidential debate series. So had Kennedy been a part of our debate and participated in July, where I sat next to Representative Thomas Massey, who co-moderated with me in the February debate. The year prior, Kennedy said he would be at our debates. He endorsed free and equal elections, but then he changed his mind and said he wanted to debate only Trump and Harris. That's his choice. Kind of left the movement hanging, but it's not about him. It's bigger than one person. We've come out of it stronger, but had I done the ballot access and had he been at the debates, he would have had a platform, an independent platform for him to overcome the odds, but it was not meant to be, and that's okay. And I'm glad that he ran for president, but this movement is bigger than any one person, even Donald Trump, for the years and decades to come.
It was such an interesting arc. And I'll be, perfectly upfront because we've never met before just now. I don't think that in my lifetime I've ever experienced a free and equal election. In fact, when I go through and I search, newspaper articles and lawsuits going back to as far back as you can go, there are always people who present what appears to be fairly rock solid evidence to show that the electoral process is a rigged endeavor and that the will of the people is excluded by default as a matter of function, as opposed to, people being able to cast an individual ballot for for the outcome that they would like to see. I've yet to be shown evidence that we have free and fair elections in the United States. The path that Bobby Kennedy took is particularly interesting in that he wanted to run as a Democrat initially, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And the Democratic Party was like, no, we're not doing primaries. We don't do that when we have a demented war criminal running the country. You're going to have to go sit on the bench, Bobby, go kick rocks. And so Bobby said, okay, well, I'll see what happens if I run as an independent. And then the Democratic Party went into lawyer mode, where they were either trying to sue to make sure that he wasn't on the ballot, or currently trying to sue to make sure that he stays on the ballot. Now Bobby is full metal MAGA. Let's make America healthy again, or whatever the heck that is. And it seems to me, at least, that the entire process has been turned into such a clown show that it's only through organizations like yours where you get people who legitimately have a vision for the future of the country, where they get an opportunity to talk. That's the only way that you can hear voices that aren't so intrinsically plugged into not just the quote unquote deep state, but tied at the wrists, really, to whatever aims the Israelis have. And it's really difficult to listen to RFK Jr. at this point without knowing fully that he is full-throatedly backing a genocide, that he's never going to walk away from that. So I really do appreciate what you're doing, and I really do appreciate that you're trying to give voice to alternative people who have some experience and at least some reason to be on the stage and talking about what they're talking about. Because right now we've got AIPAC versus AIPAC, and those are your only choices in terms of who you get to pick for president. It's kind of crazy.
Excluding Representative Thomas Massey, which personally, free and equal hat off. I hope individuals like him and more run as independents for president in the future. And I see a movement backing and placing most of members of Congress, D's and R's alike, with independent-minded candidates. So when you go back to the Constitution, when I was working around Chicago for a decade, that's where I did ballot access around the corrupt Chicago Board of Elections. I mean, I was around the Obama, Rahm Emanuel, Michael Madigan, like just that whole world. And one day I was sitting on having a winning success rate, getting candidates to the ballot, like 70-80% in a very corrupt world. And I opened up the Constitution, Illinois Constitution, and it said Article 1, Section 3. All elections shall be free and equal. And we can recall that the Constitution has no mention of parties. Our forefathers warned us of parties, evil, that whole spiel. And I personally do not believe in political parties. When I look at Dr. Jill Stein and Chase Oliver, Randall Terry, and more, even Kennedy and Tulsi, all these candidates, I see them as individuals. I see them as independents. And I really am going to be shifting with our team, Free and Equal Elections, towards having a party, not creating a political party, but having a party to awake our nation through the music and the arts and the healing of the energy. And so at our debates, I make sure and I brief with all the candidates beforehand, we are not here to attack one another as in the characters, but really to go after the ideas and the issues and the topics. So I'm completely the same wavelength with you, and thank you so much, because it's been a battle, staying truly independent. I've had huge money offers quite a few times, half a dozen, buying out the movement. Is it a compliment? I'm not sure, but it's not for sale. Like I'm just going to keep riding. I've had, Christina, you need to get more controversial to spice up social media. I'm like, that's not who I am. I am love is greater than fear. Love wins. And in time, truth always prevails. A very important component I have not yet brought up in this interview is that at the end of our presidential debate, October 23rd, the people are going to be able to vote via blockchain voting app, ranked choice voting, their favorite candidate. And this is the first time we're pretty close to finalizing. It looks like people are going to be able to count their vote on the ledger for this app, which is powered by Nexus.io. Colin Cantrell, his dad, Jim Cantrell, co-founded SpaceX with Elon Musk. So that app is going to eventually incorporate polling into it. We have to do voter verification and list every single candidate running for office, D's, R's, alternative parties, and independent candidates, because according to the polls, there are more independent voters than there are Democrats and Republicans.
100%. In fact, the largest block of adults are people who don't vote. And then the second largest block of voting age adults are people who identify as independent. and then you get Republicans and Democrats. So the overwhelming majority of U.S. citizens either don't participate in a consent ritual for bloodline pedophiles, or they identify as independents. And if that's like, because I guess what I want to say, because that's the reality, we need to present as many alternative solutions to the two-party duopoly as humanly possible. And I commend you for trying to do that, in this particular avenue, because there's just so few and far between people who are willing to go, all right, look, I understand that the R's and the D's are going to do what the R's and the D's are going to do, but it doesn't have to be this way. This is one of my mantras on the show. It doesn't have to be this way. And it always impresses me when people come from, and I have no idea, actually, maybe we could go into this a little bit. Why the heck are you doing what you're doing, and what brought you to this point? Because so many people have either checked out entirely, or they keep getting sucked into red team, blue team nonsense. So what actually brought you to the point to where you're hosting, 2 days from now in Los Angeles, a third party, fourth party, fifth party, sixth party presidential debate?
If you ever, and when you hear me in the future on stage, I'll have to try to remember to reference you, say it doesn't have to be this way. It's because of being an inspiration from this interview, just so you know that. Because when you talk about, my lifetime, we've never had free and equal elections. It doesn't have to be this way, right? We haven't had it yet. As with parties having been in existence is a big reason, and I could go on and on. I see one day us replacing all members of Congress, excluding individuals like Thomas Massey, with accountable individuals who implement blockchain voting into the system, and the power that is shifts from the federal, state to even local level. This was inspired primarily from my father in 1998 when he ran for governor. My father ran National Taxpayers United of America for, I think, almost 45 years. And in 76, he led a protest against the income tax to stop paying it. And the people had a huge protest, and they didn't have to pay the income tax. I believe that's what it was. I have to go back so long ago that year. And he fought against taxes for 45 years, referendums, state income tax, you name it. And when he ran for governor as a Libertarian Party candidate in 1998, that's when I learned at 17 years of age that third parties, alternative party candidates, had to get 5 times as many signatures as D's and R's, 25,000. These days, it's within 3 months during the coldest months of the year. Come on, how much more flawed can the system get? They intentionally, when I say they, the powers that be, beyond the two-party system, they don't have their own ideas or opinions or control. They follow the money. Certain candidates getting 5 million plus, as we know, from AIPAC, shame on them. You're there to serve the people, not serve big money. And that's all going to shift in the future. Why? Because it has to. The latter's not an option. And my dad never gave up. Though he was wrongfully knocked off the ballot, he collected over 60,000 signatures. And even when the hearing officer recommended he be placed on the ballot, the State Board of Elections knocked him off. Why? Because he was a threat to the system, just like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. How come they want to knock him off the ballot? Because he's a threat to the system, Ralph Nader and so on. My dad sued the State Board of Elections. $1 billion lawsuit went to the Illinois Supreme Court. The State Board of Elections directly, meaning he didn't want the taxpayers to pay for their fault. State Board to pay out of pocket. My dad lost that lawsuit because you're, dealing with a flawed judicial system, right? Appointed by the two-party system. Richard Winger, election law expert at Ballot Access News, he's testified in over 400 plus cases to better our ballot access laws in the last 40 years. He calls me to this day the silver lining of 98, because that was when I came in, I saw the signature, defending signatures, what they did to knock them off the ballots. I went to all the court hearings. 4 years later, I was the ballot access coordinator for my father. He ran for lieutenant governor, and I got him on the ballot. Ralph Nader heard about it. So in 2004, I became a state leader for him. In 2008, I was overseeing his entire ballot drive throughout the United States.
That's really, and you know what, man, a lot of people kick around Nader, and certainly, you know, with some justification over his COVID takes and some things like that, where he, but
he's a germophobic. He's not perfect.
Yeah, but
right,
he's an actual boxer. Like, that dude will scrap. He'll throw down. He'll fight for what he thinks is justifiably correct. And I still maintain a modicum of respect for the guy because of that. The last person I ever voted for was Cynthia McKinney, who ran as a Green Party candidate in 2008. And I still write her in every year, just cause, and she's become a friend over the last like 5 or 6 years.
She seems very kind. I've first heard of her back in 2008 when Free and Equal put on the presidential debate, and that was a lot of chaos to even make a debate happen. The most difficult part in putting on a presidential debate is getting candidates to confirm. So there were people in the network who wanted all the money proceeds. At that time, it was Trevor Lyman who got all the credit, for the Ron Paul money bomb, when in fact all he did was buy a domain and take the credit from others and the money, and tried to do that with Free and Equal in 2008. So it created a wedge between my relationship with Cynthia McKinney and myself, because he was another snake oil guy in the industry, like Nick Brana, Trent Poole, and so on. Really, Trent Poole, both. And I this is new to me to bring up these names in an interview, because we don't have time. We don't have time for distractions. I am just saying how it is, direct, honest, because most people in the world are great people. And Cynthia seems like a good person and fierce, and what she's done back in the day, even for Gaza, her, Lee Camp, Abby Martin, the list goes on and all of individuals that have really stood up, for that cause. That's admirable to go out there in person. Yes. So.
No, you're correct. And
I've met her once briefly in Acapulco, and I really enjoyed my moment of meeting her face to face.
Was that at Berwick's gig?
Yeah. I would never go again. Unfortunately, he changed quite a bit. I think a lot of people know that. And violence is not the answer. And I've never really, I think he's the only person that's ever had words of violence, and I stay away from that. But Martin Luther King leaders and mentors, that's my energy. Of violence is not the way. But boy, I sure did meet a lot of great people. I'll take the good from everything. And but that's where I met her. And of course, G. Edward Griffin is a great friend and ally. I love talking to him. I've seen Dr. Ron Paul and emailed to Carol Paul. It's just great people in the world, what they do. And Representative Thomas Massey sit next to him. I want to focus on the good, but just so much more. And that's a huge, the psychological indoctrination of all this mainstream media. Actually, for the first time, I was able to hire for this debate a prominent PR firm in Los Angeles, 30, 40, 50 years in the industry. They said they have never experienced so much resistance from media intentionally ignoring this presidential debate. And so that tells me a lot. And they're like, you're on to something. We're hanging on with you through the United We Stand Tour. I said, thank you. I am. Once the independent media, once the movement builds from the ground up, they're going to have no choice but to cover it. But I take it as a compliment that we're being intentionally ignored. And the throttles on social media, Jason Bassler oversees our social media Free Thought Project.
Yeah.
Tens of millions. He's been with me 5-10 years. Christian helping with the Free and Equal Network. He's like, I have never seen such a throttle. I'm like, I guess it's a compliment. He's like, you're being censored like I have never seen beyond Free Thought Project. I'm like, wow, that's our social media presence is strong, but we're being intentionally held back on those platforms.
I'm fortunate enough to be a part of a new organization called the Independent Media Alliance, of which Jason Bassler is a part of. Yeah. And Bros.
I love Derek and Miriam.
Rose, Miriam's fantastic. Yes. She really is. But yeah, no, Bros is a buddy. Whitney has been a good friend of mine for about 5.5 years now, something like that. I consider Ryan Cristian family at this point. He comes on this show every Tuesday. He's the additional microphone on this show. And everything that kind of is born out of these ideas, to where you can have grown-up adult conversations about very serious shit without injecting partisan hackery into it, I think is 100% necessary. And we're so far afield from that as a culture because the United States is the most propagandized country on the planet. And so for you to have, free and equal elections, for you to try to showcase people who have alternative viewpoints, who have legitimate viewpoints that, in my opinion, that aren't directly attached to the military industrial complex, aren't directly attached to the pharmaceutical industry, even though the Green Party kind of is, it's what has to happen. Like, we don't get to move forward unless we have difficult, frequently uncomfortable, but 100% real conversations about this stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up about the Green Party. In 2000, I think it was 10, I was invited to be, and at that time, the only female speaker at the Libertarian National Convention. I was running one time for Secretary of State for office, and Richard Winger was my campaign manager. I had hopped the party line from working for Nader to running as a Libertarian, even though I'm an independent, but it would have taken 100,000 signatures to get on the ballot versus 300. So, but in any case, in 2010, I was asked to speak at the Libertarian National Convention. Kevin Taganaga was the state chair, Bill Redpath, national chair. And hours before I was going to go on stage to speak 10 minutes about my Secretary of State race, I also led the national efforts with the help of Richard Winger against the top two primary, Prop 14, which is really a closed primary. The money behind it lied and still to this day called an open primary. It's not. But in any case, and I was going to talk about free and equal my ballot access in 10 minutes, all four. And 5 hours before going on stage, Bill Redpath basically said, you cannot talk about free and equal or your petitioning company if you're going to go on stage for 10 minutes. And I was just, you just censored me. You're the National Libertarian Party chair, and he does great work to this day for ballot access, but he cut me out, right? Because I guess, was I a threat, competition? I'm not sure. And so I declined. I said, I'm not going to be censored. That's not going to happen. And I fortunately talked to all the state chairs and got a 2/3 majority to speak for half the time, 5 minutes, about what I wanted to talk about. But that's the reason I bring that up. I'll put it in a book one day and not hold back names. I mean, I give credit for the great things people have done, but don't censor somebody. It's a Libertarian National Convention, as a national chair. Like, that's everything against. And that's when I realized political parties don't work. As they become larger, they inevitably become infiltrated. It doesn't mean that the state party and local and even some people on the national level are great. At every cycle, I find it more difficult to work with one party than the other. This time it's been amicable working with the Libertarian and Green Party, which I think is the first time in the 20 years I've been around doing this. So just kind of to get a little backstory there. I that when you said that about the Green Party, again, as they become larger, they inevitably become infiltrated. So I see in campaigns, Jill Stein, Gary Johnson, you name it, Libertarian ran in the past. They're their own campaigns. They're separate from the political parties. It's just like a front almost. And I could say the same for Trump and arguably even Harris too. The Harris campaign is separate from the Democratic Party, Trump from the Republican Party, very clearly, and so on and so on. So this whole two-party system is one big grand illusion. It's money. That's all it is, and we don't need political parties in the future.
Well,
They're going to fade away. They have.
It's money, but it's also an institutionalized blackmail network that has existed for 70 years, 75 years, something like that, maybe a little bit further back, depending on how long of a lens you want to apply to it. A very good friend of mine, a guy named Ian Schlackman, ran for president as a Green in 2020. He gave significant insight into just how openly rigged that primary process was. Jill Stein, Margaret Flowers, and the Colorado Green Party state chair, whose name I can't remember, but she has initials like AOC has initials. She's AMC. I can't remember what the AMC stands for. They were part and parcel of the rigging of this process. Margaret's husband, Kevin Zeese, passed away kind of suspiciously.
Yeah, Kevin was a huge ally of ours, Free and Equal. I knew him through Nader since 2004.
I was supposed to I was supposed to get yelled at by Kevin Zeese right before he passed away.
Yeah, he helped us so much with media. I miss him. It was a tough guy, but as long as you were straight with him and honest and accountable, you get along. But there was nothing less that he would take, and we got along. So I miss him.
Yeah.
Feels you bringing his name up.
No, and again, I mean, I don't, I was supposed to get a dressing down from Kevin right before he passed away. I was doing a lot of activism around Julian Assange's kidnapping, incarceration, all that kind of stuff. And we were going to DC. I had a meeting with him on a Monday morning. I think it was a Saturday that he passed away. Again, very suspiciously. Like, I don't believe that was a natural death. I'm never going to believe that was a natural death. Kevin was a fucking fighter. He really was. And it would take a lot to convince me that that was natural causes. And I was willing to enter into the dressing down, because I wanted to hear what he had to say. But what happened with the Green Party going forward after Kevin's passing was a complete co-opting of the party. And
happens as well. We saw it almost happen with the Libertarian National Convention cycle with the Mises.
That was crazy. Okay, and all Dave Smith had to do was run. That's all he had to do.
I mean, Angela McArdle has been actually very kind towards free and equal elections. The only challenge we've had, and it's been minimal, is when they did the what was it after Rage Against the War Machine? Was it Restore the Republic? Was that what the name of it happening after?
Is Zionist Woodstock? Is that?
I asked if Jill Stein and Chase Oliver could be speakers together to announce the debate, and she's like, "We have no more speaking slots." And then they, added more speakers on later, and even invited Elon Musk. So, other than that, she's been a great ally towards us. She's going to promote the debate despite the differences for Chase Oliver and Free and Equal, and it's open to be a part of our team. And but again, as the parties become larger, they inevitably become infiltrated, co-opted. That's part of it as well. So thanks for reminding me of that. The Constitution Party in 2020, their candidate, I forgot his name offhand, was confirmed to be at our third live presidential debate during a lockdown year. And a week or two out, he changed his mind, canceled. I got a hold of my friend, who's one of the original co-founders of the National Constitution Party. He's like, yeah, our party's been taken over by Republicans. I'm like, okay. So it's now green. And so again, it's, Trump or Kennedy, Tulsi, they can try to create this third independent party. Well, once you put party on it, it's already compromised, because over time, maybe the intention of any and all parties was pure. It's hard to say from the beginning, benefit of the doubt, but it's just not going to work long term.
The Constitution Party guy, that was Don Blankenship, right?
Thanks for the name. And he's like, but I want to work with you after. I'm like, oh, we're not going to be working together. You give me your word, you're going to be at a debate, and then you change your mind like days, I think, prior. And I checked through the network. There was definitely compromised. No. So again, so many great candidates. Jill Stein made things right. I mean, in 2016, she was not at our second presidential debate, or our only, in 16 presidential debate. I co-moderated with Ed Asner, and she did a debate with just Gary Johnson instead. I was like, oh my goodness, that one broke my heart, because I considered at that time her a friend. She offered to be my doctor, and that just goes to show, like, these candidates in 2012, Free and Equal gave Gary Johnson, Dr. Jill Stein, the most awareness, reaching tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions, with Larry King and I co-moderating Free and Equal's debate in 2012. And then 2016, it's like they forget who helped them. But I have to give credit to Dr. Jill Stein. She has made things right this cycle with Free and Equal elections. She learned. She had David Cobb around her in 16, and he was a big problem.
Yeah.
Ralph Nader, no, we don't have time for that. She made an error. But this cycle, she's been really easy to work with, and her team as well. So I'm grateful for that. And when somebody can pick up the air and make things right, and showing up at our debate October 23rd, that means the world to me, and all is mended.
October 22nd, 2024. What's happening, y'all? Hope everyone is doing well on this Tuesday. It is a T-Lab Tuesday. So before too long, we're going to be checking in with the brother Ryan Cristian, Last American Vagabond, and in the second hour, Rabbi Hughes back on the program with a huge announcement. A huge announcement from Hughes. That, really looking forward to getting into discussing what Corey is going to be talking about. Excited for it. We talked about it, teased it a little bit at least. Would also like to thank Ryan Graham from Big Frog and the Independent Review for hooking me up with the Swollenness Company t-shirt. It's freaking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. With giant buff eggplant, which somehow managed to get onto the mat in the Independent Review Alliance Wrestling Series. And like everywhere else, like a actual sponsor plaster. Dang. What? She's hella hot. That's all. Let's see. Let's check in with Ryan Long before we get going on anything else. If you will cooperate. Let's try cooperating first, and then we'll do the check. There we go. Oh, and there's Ryan too. So we'll go ahead and bring Ryan up real quick, and we'll check in with other Ryan Long. What's happening, my brother? How you doing?
Hey, good morning. I was just looking at a tweet. I'm just laughing because it seems like it's Elon Musk sharing something that's already been fact checked by Twitter. It's just funny. And it's basic stuff too. It's a tweet by Rothmus that says, did you know in 2012, President Barack Obama repealed the Smith-Mundt Act, which is not true. It was amended, right? It's the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. And it's just funny that it's a small thing, but it really does matter, right? There's a very big difference in the way that went down. And it's just funny how these things are just so it's Elon is playing the role that they said these people would all become. I keep saying that. Like, it's like he really is just this flimsy and lacking of due diligence, which maybe probably both to some degree, but it's just, I don't think they really care. I think it's about dumping in, memes, like Twitter files-esque type of information where you just kind of run along with it. It's all, partisan driven. Not to start off on that. I was just looking at it. It popped up right when I opened it. I'm like, that's funny. Just his own platform is, oh, and it's actually got, that's funny. So it fact checked the tweet he shared, and then it fact checked his tweet, and both saying the same thing.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's
That's
anyway.
funny.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I do kind of feel like Elon is fairly incurious.
What do you mean incurious? Like doesn't want to look for himself?
Yeah, wouldn't take the time to research that claim anyway. It just this seems like it's or I'll put interesting or worrisome or something like that on it.
That's my point. Is it's really about him just kind of going, just shoving this thing into the 45 million view zone, like just because he liked what it sounded like, and I'm willing to bet you that there's a very clear conscious awareness that it may very well be false, but who cares? I like what it looks like. It works for my narrative. It's all this stuff, man. It's, and that's the scary thing about a lot of these bigger stories, Haiti or Venezuela or Aurora, it's like there are very clear levels of truth to these conversations. But then they're also dumping nonsense on top of it and sharing nonsense on top of it, And so that makes the job for those of us trying to find the nuance, the truth, which, it's not like all fake or all true. There's somewhere in there, then we get attacked from everybody. It's almost it has to be by design. It's so structured the way this keeps working,
I would tend to agree with you on that one. To have it just be that consistent at the same time as also being like random or inorganic, it doesn't really track with me.
Yeah, like consistently false and consistently like half truth, like in the exact same way. It's very interesting. Heads up, by the way, I'm joining Allison Morrow. I have to jump off like right before 10. I'm going to be talking about Georgia and the updates there, and I'm glad she wants to talk about that. It's
you're going to miss Corey by like 10 minutes. And
that's too bad. Hughes.
He's making his big announcement today.
Oh, really? Good. I'll keep up on it in general. He called me the other day to let me know something, but this might be new. That was probably like a week ago. He probably called you too.
Well, no, this is the thing. Yeah, he asked if he could come on specifically to talk about it.
Oh, so the thing that's already going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, good. It's an interesting project, It's, I guess, again, I don't know how much has been said, so I'll wait. But I just think this is a good idea for where the field is. I'm sure some people are, as always, and rightly so, skeptical of cryptocurrency in general. But that's where, the immediate rejection of some of these things, maybe you're right at the end of the day. But like I've always said, there's a tool is a tool, and it's like the same old thing, hammer, house, kill you kind of a thing. It's like it's the internet. Actually, we were just talking about, I had a great interview with Howard or Etienne yesterday that I'm going to probably maybe actually play tomorrow, but it's mainly for the upcoming event that I'm going to be using through the event. And we talked about the same thing, that it's the internet, a DARPA tool, like I still, unless there's some kind of an agenda that fleshes out over the next 50 years where it goes, okay, now we see what that whole series was. It clearly seems to most people that the internet is something that was the idea clearly was used to suppress and control the choke point for information, but I don't think it worked out that way. Obviously, I think it's more of a hindrance to the control structure at this point, and that's what these next steps are about. So that's the same idea. We need to try to lean into these things. I do think there's avenues through this right now where some of these things can be used to help or fight back. And I actually think it's very advantageous for the system and the structure for us to broadly conflate all different versions of this stuff. Because like any situation in the past, so let's just say none of them right now, and that's a fair thing to consider, are actually something we should be using. What's to stop somebody tomorrow, very smart person in the resistance side of things, to find a way to use it to fight back? And then we're going to deny it because we don't want to hear it. And that very well could be the very thing. All I'm saying is open mind, consider these things while questioning all of it. It's just how we have to be today.
Well, and you can't, you can, but, to just kind of blanket across the board, reject all of this stuff, whether it's cryptocurrency or whether it's like, certain streaming platforms or, whatever, it's the same like purity policing that happens in ever shrinking political bubbles.
Right.
It's just a shutting down avenues of opportunity, shutting down avenues to expand your thought or your knowledge base. And it just seems counterintuitive to me.
Yeah. I get it. Like that's the same thing. It's a step too far in my mind, right? Like the skepticism is welcomed from me.
Yeah.
You know, like I think it's necessary, but it's the idea of taking that a step further and just going denial of all of it, no matter what, no consideration, you know, like just, and there, I think most people are somewhere in that middle ground, but there are the ones out there, like you're saying, at every corner tweet going like, no, you're a shill because you even said that, you know, and it's like, well, you know, that's quite an assumption. You know, I think we need to consider while being critical, you know, it's like, that's how we have to be. And that goes for everything. I mean, I don't know why we've ever been in a position where we would blindly accept or blindly deny anything. That just seems like ignorance to me, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Let me take a quick comedy break here real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, good. This is new?
Yeah.
We're oil CEOs, and I just want to say we've been watching all these topless protests, and honestly, you've been really sticking it to us. I am so close to not fracking, probably few sets top. If any more boobs come out, I probably won't even frack anymore.
Also an oil CEO, 20, 30 more sets. Do 100. You want to be safe. Make sure we stop.
Also, I just want to say me and some of the buddies are going to be discussing fracking at Jim's Tavern on 4th Street later on, so if you guys want to come and maybe protest there.
I'll be at Jim's Tavern too.
Every time I see a litter of those puppies, you know what I do? I don't litter.
I personally like 3-4 girls at a time, but that's just me. If there's more of you, that'll work too.
Honestly, if I see 10 to 20 more sets today, I'll go full Greta Thunberg. Although we don't want her in the topless protest. Not really interested in that. Won't even help, so don't start it.
I also don't want to see Greta Thunberg.
We're oils.
That's funny.
Oh.
I'm sure that's going to offend the hell out of some people. You know, that's a perfectly executed like joke setup, right? I mean, it's fun. It's funny because it's like, obviously that's, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's funny. You know, it's that kind of stuff that is, I think you've talked about a lot. That's where, you know, humor used to be, you know, or comedy used to be in that realm where you're taking something that's like borderline offensive and it's funny. You know, there's a frame there. We should be able to enjoy those kind of jokes without being offended by fucking everything these days.
Ryan Long does a very, very good job of like walking that thin line, you know? In fact, I've said this a few times. I honestly think that he's the funniest stand-up out there, like working and touring and stuff like that right now. He dropped a special a week or two ago. And if you haven't seen it yet, I recommend, I know you have an extra hour that you can just watch comedy special, but if you, if you get there, you get to that point, it's called Problem Solved. And it is flipping hilarious. It really
what is it about?
He actually does a foreign policy cum joke.
How's that work?
It's hilarious.
That's funny.
It's hilarious. And it's woven together really well. But you know, there's a lot of the stuff that they talk about on their podcast and stuff like that. And it examines male-female relationship dynamics and then goes into the Middle East a little bit. And it's actually, fantastic stuff. Sam Tripp. Because it is the same conversations that people have every 4 years.
Right.
It's the same systematic and all-encompassing cheating. Well, let's let Norm tell it.
Norm, which one?
Norm McDonald.
So what do you think of this whole presidential mess?
Well, I hope that the Democrats don't steal the election from the winner, you know, but who knows?
When is this from?
2004, maybe?
Wow. It's so funny. Never things more they change, more they stay the same, right?
It's either 2004 or 2008.
It'd be good to get I think we should get the homicide.
Oh, maybe it's 2000.
And get like a fresh start, because we don't want any more murderers.
I think we should just go on to the next question.
That's perfect.
Murdered a guy.
Yeah, you know, we're not allowed to, you're not allowed to put out no accusations without.
That's a little too far.
That's the way it does work.
Let's just go on to the next question.
Yeah.
This is not my week. What can I tell you?
Oh, it's not mine either, and I'm being very nice, okay? Be a good boy.
Yeah, the way they act, all of them. It's the same as today.
Yeah.
Different people, but it's just
Get into
cringy.
this, and I don't want to hear it, and this is not the place to make those accusations, and you're supposed to be funny. Let's get on to the next question. So get with it.
God.
There you go.
This is a live show. Live.
going, but you have been properly chastised by Barbara. So I'm not going to ask the next
I
question.
thought it was a matter of record.
Okay.
Let me do this, okay?
I'll tell you what's a matter of record. You will not be invited back if you don't shut up. All right, now.
Jeez. Yeah.
Football.
All right, manslaughter.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, it's weird though, that the same dynamic. Like, I mean, Barb, I mean, again, at least perception wise, Barbara being different at that time. Today, it's just a bunch of gaggling, like it's just, I mean, even like Whoopi Goldberg has some, I think she's still on there. I don't care about, but she has some kind of a different perception in the way that she's done work in the past, but they're all just, why anybody listens to their perspective on what they're talking, like, because it's not them just going, here's what I think, and it's not a big deal. I'm an average person. They're presenting these opinions like they're grizzled journalists, but they're not, like they know and you don't. They're just, I mean, they're ridiculous, and frankly, even someone like Bill Maher, it's embarrassing, the lack of understanding, and it could be willful. I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me around, especially Israel, but these just things he just keeps driving home about the lies about Hamas or 1948 or what actually happened, just like blatant misrepresentations, and they're all doing that about a lot of different topics, but it kills me how people give them more credence than they deserve. I frankly find Bill Maher to be, just stupid half the time. But smug. It's a smug presentation that makes him present to dumb people as being intelligent. That's how it seems to me.
Did I show you the clip?
You muted yourself, Steve. You're muted. You muted. Okay.
My mic cut out.
Okay, got
it. But yeah, Bill Burr went on Bill Maher's podcast, right, where you hang out and you smoke cigars and drink and stuff like that. And he just roasted him. And it's great because it's Bill Maher doing exactly what you were talking about. They start this clip talking about Hamas.
With the kids.
Oh, nice. You got it.
Demonstrating for Hamas. They are in with the terrorists.
They were for the Palestinians.
Well, it's sort of the same cause.
What a fucking idiot.
Why? Are you?
I'm on the side of the kids.
Yeah, that's easy to say. No one wants to see kids dead. This is a war.
That was very brave of you to say.
This is a war. No, I'm the one who's actually brave on this.
Pat yourself on the back.
It's easy to say I'm for the kids. Who's not for the kids?
Well,
it comes down to real hard-nosed decisions. Like a country.
Stop talking like you're a general.
A country got attacked. Israel got attacked.
I'm not saying that they didn't have a right to go back. I'm just sitting there going like, how do I look at what?
We're the only country in the world that they get attacked, and then as soon as they counterattack, it's like, well, we got to stop this shit now. Don't attack them. There's a very simple solution to all this problem in the Middle East. Stop attacking Israel.
Oh my God!
Stop attacking Israel.
You just solved it.
I actually did.
There you go. That's fantastic.
Anyway,
all right.
We don't need to get onto that.
Let's go to Russia and the Ukraine. How do you solve that one, Bill? Let me hear your hard-nosed decision about that. Well, let me ask you a question. How is war still legal? All this shit that's been canceled.
Legal.
Right?
Why is that still fucking legal?
Would you like a real answer to that? Because for something to be illegal, you have to have the capacity to enforce it, and you can't enforce against war, or else you have to go to war with the country that's going to war. And we don't want to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. What would be the sense of making it illegal? Oh, that's really going to stop Putin. No. To stop people from going to war, you have to also put boots.
Can't sit down and talk it out. Why can't Putin do a podcast with the head guy? Like, you just solved the Middle East on a podcast. Why can't they solve what they're doing on a podcast?
This is why this is not your thing.
Make some hard-nosed decisions. It's not your thing. It's what you.
That is my thing.
It isn't your thing.
This is not your thing.
You're like that guy that has a fantasy football team and thinks he's a fucking GM.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Like, why am I fucking listening to you like you've done something?
Hated that.
What have you done?
I guarantee it. Fucking hated that. That laugh was his, like, I want to fucking strangle you laugh because you made me look like an idiot. He's so smug. He is so full of himself, like even that whole thing he did back in the day about like challenging God. Like, what is the necessary purpose of that? Like the idea that he made this like whole effort to try to undermine the idea that, to make the statement that people who believe in God are just childish. It's like this naive thing. Hey, you feel free to make your opinion, but to make this whole like mission about it, it's something that you can't prove to be false or prove to be real. quite frankly. It's based on faith. That's my point about why that's weird to overlap with your journalism. But he goes on this crusade to make this case. I mean, it just shows you who he is as a person. It's just kind of despicable at the end of the day, whether or not you believe it, you know? And it's like that is the way he goes about this is like, again, when it comes to a point where his logic seems to be faltering, this is just not your thing. You're out of your depth. That's a weak move, man. You know, like because basically the things he puts forward like this, like conflating Hamas and Palestine. No, it's not the fucking same thing. That's because that's a lazy argument for you to broad stroke people you don't like what they're saying. The obvious reality is, yes, there could be overlap, right? But most of these people are fighting, at least in their minds, because there's another overlap there where they may actually be doing the wrong thing, but they think they're doing right, which is worthy of pointing out. But the majority of them clearly are fighting for Palestinian self-determination, which does dovetail in some cases with Hamas because of Israel, because they forced it in, because they funded them. I mean, it's just, you know, I can go on forever. And these are fundamental facts that you know, Steve, you know, and here's Bill Maher speaking to billions of people and just, you know, casually misleading them. You know, it's pretty while they're committing genocide. Like, that's disgusting.
I've seen a couple of other clips from that episode, and I mean, it really is just Burr roasting him like the entire time on his own. Get down off the bed, off the bed, off the bed. Move your puppy butt. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy.
I don't know if you've seen this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just quickly. He tells Bill Maher that he's dressed like he's going to court for a Dewey. And then he says to Maher, he says, you're my favorite smarmy person.
What is smarmy?
Smarmy is like greasy.
Yeah.
Smug. Like smug and greasy. Smarmy. Yeah. Like every Steve Buscemi character.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen this, man. It's just, this is Bill Maher as an article, right? So here's this is the New Yorker. This just came out on October 14th. The title is Rationalizing the Horrors of Israel's War on Gaza. Like, what the fuck is that? How was that even a title in the first place? Like, say rationalizing the horrors of Russia's war. And again, it's like, it's just so fucking crazy that that's a logical title. But the worst part is the subtitle. It says the novelist Howard Jacobson has argued that too much press coverage of dead Palestinian children is a new form of blood libel against Jews. That's not a joke. And the entire article is like, it's literally making a case. It's just, it literally bothers me. Like, it's incredible that people could make this argument and in some cases maybe think that that's actually a valid thing to say. And because they're not denying that you're murdering children. They're saying, but you're overrepresenting it. And that's an attack on Jews. No, that's an attack on people murdering children. And even if you want to say that it's overrepresentation, you're fucking killing children. You know, it's just like, it's incredible to me that we're at a point where this is even something where people are debating. It shows you how far the goalpost has been moved. They're normalizing genocide. You know, it's crazy. And it's mainstream.
And then I'm to the point to where I saw a clip this morning where Ben-Gvir was leading a crowd at an event titled The Resettling of Gaza.
Right. Yeah. It's right on the surface.
Yeah. I mean, so with the IOF, we know this, every accusation is a confession. And every time that they're accusing people of, you know, hiding something somewhere, or doing this or doing that, we all know that that's how Tel Aviv is set up for that. I mean, for that matter. But I saw, let's see, a BBC reporter who was following up on a story that Hezbollah is storing gold in a bunker under a Beirut hospital, because they need the justification to bomb the hospital and the staff there like they did in Gaza. And so this reporter actually went looking for it. Did not find any.
Shocking.
Well, we're on level -2 in the Al Sahel hospital. The area just behind me is where medical waste is stored. Even that was opened up for us to have a look. The morgue was opened up. All of the drawers were opened to show us there was nothing inside. Doctors have been opening piles of surgical scrubs, boxes of equipment, very, very keen to show us everything there is to see and to prove that there is nothing here. Well, I'm just coming now from the basement on -2 up to -1. We've been brought around the hospital by doctors. We've also been allowed to move around on our own. Doors have been opened for us in every area, cupboards. We've been allowed to see what there is to see. Now, the hospital staff are adamant that there is no hidden bunker here containing millions of dollars of cash or gold, as the Israelis have claimed. They say this is just a hospital where patients were being treated last night and where they had to be evacuated from the emergency area at great speed because doctors were worried for the lives of the patients and also worried for the staff.
I mean, justifiably.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. It's really infuriating that we even have to give credence to these claims. Like that you have to make this whole case. Like to start out in an objective state, obviously, I don't blindly trust the corporate media. She could be fucking full of shit. She could be a bad journalist. I wouldn't put it past if there was something there for them to put this forward and move it or hide it, which would be very difficult, seeing as how they're claiming it's a huge store of gold. But the point would be, sure, just because she's there doesn't therefore prove that maybe it's somewhere else or maybe that you missed it. But the point is, we're starting the conversation on they said it, therefore there's nothing to back this up. Like, that's the starting point. Israel saying something means fucking nothing today. And even if it was somebody that normally has clout, it's still, there's no evidence. It's a statement, right? So it starts as if it's nothing. And so if there's no evidence, you don't then assume it probably is somewhere else because they said so. They've lied about so many different things. But what kills me is that, it's just shifting the narrative from Gaza. Like, where's the logic here? Like, if you had said this before October 7th and they just woke up yesterday and said, we're going to bomb a hospital in Lebanon because there's gold beneath it. Like, think about why that makes sense today. It doesn't. The only reason people lean into it is because the situation with Palestine, the ongoing back and forth, because, by the way, Israel's occupying Lebanon. Let's not forget how clearly that makes this dynamic illegal engagement from Lebanon. But the point being that they just shifted the whole thing from Gaza. That, human shields and Hamas and holding people in tunnels and then just clumsily, and so clearly that doesn't just apply over to no location. And on top of that, the idea is that this is what I've been saying the whole time, is that this is not Gaza. This is the point. People are going to be able to fact check these things in real time. They're going to be able to go to the buildings. They're going to be able to take videos and send them out. And that's happening, right? And they're just in this desperate spiral where people are, like that. I mean, it blows me away that even the corporate media is seeing the opportunity, which is all I think it really is, in highlighting this, and Israel's spinning out. I mean, how much you want to bet they still bomb it anyway and then make some fabricated video about how they found it? That's what's going to happen most likely.
Or they'll be like, oh, well, the Hezbollah must have moved the gold. Right. But instead, they set up a command center on the sub-level 2. And so we had to crater and rubbleize all of the freaking buildings around it, along with that one, and probably a couple of 2,000-year-old churches, because, Hezbollah. Jump right into it, because then we can spend the rest of the time, doing whatever else. And,
right. That sounds
stick around
good.
A couple people and all that kind of shit.
All right. So this, ladies and gentlemen, and I announced this on Sunday. I don't know if you caught Day Zero Sunday, but I announced to everybody on Sunday they needed to tune in this morning because we're going to have an announcement. And so the last 6 months or so, partially inspired by Ryan Cristian and some of the troubles that he'd been having in regards to IRS and other lawsuits and whatnot, and I saw that the independent media space it's a unique thing. And unfortunately, the growth that we've seen in this space is seemingly narrowly tailored to those who have a buttload of money already to begin with to create, promote, produce all their work. And that's just not fair, right? It's just, there's nothing about the universal life and all that's fair, but when there's things that you can do about it, you should do something about it. And so I had an idea. And that brings us to the crypto space, which in my opinion has been a goddamn mess for the past couple years. And so let me tell you a little bit about my background in the crypto space and why I think that we have, eventually I'll get to this thing that we're doing, but I'm going to give you the huge preamble first. So I started off in the crypto space around 2016. I launched what was at the time the largest Bitcoin podcast network. I had about 35 different shows all surrounding Bitcoin and crypto. I worked with Tone Vase, Jimmy Song, Ansel Lindner, the Crypto Lark. I mean, God, so many people, I even forget half of them. And so, but after a while, I realized that industry is very fickle. And I kind of got back to my roots, and I continued on with my Kennedy research and whatnot, and kind of moved into this world. But I was the personal assistant for Saifuddin Ammous for over 2.5 years, who wrote the Bitcoin Standard, pretty much considered the Bitcoin Bible. And so my background in crypto space is pretty extensive. And I realized that when you have people investing money into meme coins, what does it mean? It means that they're desperate for something tangible for them to put their money into, because meme coins are fucking retarded. Like, if you make money on a meme coin, you just got lucky and you're not smart or any kind of gifted investor, right? And so we started looking around at ways that we could use crypto to fund independent media. And after a couple of months of back and forth with my team that I have assembled, we kind of have a formula for a token that we're going to be launching here called the Independent Media Token. And fundamentally what we've done is we've looked at the newest technology that's being utilized, particularly on the Solana blockchain. And we found that Ethereum for a long time has had the ability to implement a tax on transactions. And so, but Solana didn't have that for a very long time. So they have a new program. It came out about a year ago. It's the 2022 SPL program, which basically implements the ability to put a tax on transactions. And so what we fundamentally have done is we've created a token called the Independent Media Token, which is on the Solana blockchain, which has a 1% tax on transactions that we are going to use to fund independent media projects. Basically, let me do a screen share here. I'll show you guys. Our website is up and running. It's imt.network if you guys want to take a look at it. I'm going to go ahead and share
I'll drop
it here.
that link in the chats too.
All right, so the Independent Media Token, basically funding a new generation of independent voices, and I'm going to skip this preamble here, but ultimately what we're going to do is we're going to utilize this 1% tax on these transactions to fund independent media projects in a number of various categories. We plan on doing quarterly distributions of tokens to content creators, and we have a whole list of partners here we'll go over in a minute. But we're going to do quarterly distributions to our media partners. And that brings us to, like, anybody out there who is looking to become a media partner. We're looking for media partners as we speak. We currently have a good list of them. But ultimately, we're going to be doing general distributions to media partners. We're going to fund specific projects, like if Steve wanted to make a documentary and he needed $10,000 to do it, we would look into funding something like that. And the distribution of funds would be determined by the community. Basically, you guys get to decide who gets the money. We'd also do awards for outstanding original media work. Something like this. The first thing that comes to mind for an award would be somebody like Whitney Webb, who wrote a couple amazing books. I mean, I think that deserves some compensation. And then charitable donations to organizations who support a free and uncensored media landscape, right? So maybe if Assange needed some money and we had this thing up and running at the time, we could have helped out there. But we're looking to basically distribute funds to independent content creators to help them grow and develop what they're doing. And when you look at what's going on, the amount of volume going on in the meme coin world that doesn't do anything and doesn't, help anyone, I think that something like this is going to take off really well and really quickly. I believe that this is a new kind of thing. This is what I would like to call a philanthropy coin, something that no one's ever done. There's no tokens right now, particularly on Solana, that are being used in this manner, generating revenue through a tax that's used for philanthropic means, right? So I think this is a concept that can be used. Anybody can apply this to any kind of fundraising or charity type work, right? So I think philanthropy tokens, based on the model that we're creating, is going to be something that is going to take off in the future for other projects. So right now with the team is me and my boy Tony in Australia, and Jim is our community manager, and our advisors are Charlie Robinson, Ryan Christian, Christopher Matthews, Steve here, X Cubed, and Lindsay Sharman. And so far our media partners, we have Macroaggressions, Forbidden Knowledge News, Last American Vagabond, AM Wakeup, my shows, of course, and Day Zero and Corey's Bloody History, Rogue Ways, Showtime with the Cube. We got Wheezy, Legit, Bat on board, BG Cast. We got all these people on board, and we're looking to get. We want hundreds of media partners. Okay, so if you're out there and you have a show and you want to get on board with our token and be involved in the distributions, please hit me up. We're looking to get 100 media partners, right? So, and so anybody who we do token distributions to, we're going to roll into our media partner. So basically, when people go to the website and they check it out, number one, they're going to see that we're a fully doxed team. We're not anonymous. We're not going anywhere. This is something I'm going to run for the next decade of my life. When you look at the media partners and you see that these are real shows with a real following, people who go and look into this token are going to see that, and they're going to be filled with confidence because people are putting their money into the dumbest tokens I've ever seen that are guaranteed to go to zero. So this, I think, completely sets a new standard that people can look to when engaging in projects like this.
Well, and I'll admit up front to, having some selfish motivations for this, but it appears that this would be a way to fund Third Eye Carnivals basically indefinitely.
Correct.
We would be able to get the kind of, the caliber of artists that we want to get there. We'd be able to take care of some of the speakers and like all of the things that would just make it better and then eventually easier. To be kind of a self-lubricating machine.
Right. And the thing is that this can function and fulfill what it needs to do without even having to reach a huge market cap. I mean, so look at it this way. If this token reaches around, it's 1 billion tokens, and if it reaches around a $10 million market cap, which is peanuts, not even on the radar for most people, that basically puts somewhere around 10% of that into the initial fund, which will always be there for distributions refilled by the tax. So on a $10 million market cap, you're looking at around $100,000 minimum per year that will be distributed, right? So yes, and we're going to get fish for the Third Eye Carnival for sure.
Absolutely hilarious.
But this thing can operate on an extremely low market cap, which is part of our design, right? Because there's so much crap out there. People are literally, there's about a dozen tokens in the top 100 that are meme coins that do nothing, that the guys who put them out, we have no idea who they are. They're scammers, probably in India. And, people put some real confidence and faith into that stuff, and it does nothing. This project at least generates revenue with every transaction that will fund independent content creators, hopefully indefinitely.
So what, obviously, and Ryan and I were talking about this a little bit last hour, you're gonna have people that just wake up hating.
Yeah.
There's Eeyores out there, there's freaking Chicken Littles out there, and then there's just assholes. And those detractors, lay out exactly what it is that separates this, from regular cryptocurrency, or makes it different from Bitcoin, or definitely the meme coins, because they're garbage and this ain't it.
Right. So let me give you a brief history of crypto in a nutshell, because you have Bitcoin was the first created by Satoshi Nakamoto, right? Satoshi's not CIA, he's not NSA. I know who Satoshi is. If there could be there couldn't be a better person in the world to be the creator of this thing. Trust me on that. So Bitcoin came out, and then you had this slew of people trying to compete with it, right? And so ultimately what you have is Bitcoin is so paradigm shifting, it is like the printing press. It is probably more important because it solves the money problem. Fundamentally, 100 years from now, when people actually come to truly understand and grasp what's happening, they'll see that Bitcoin fixed the money supply. Everybody tried to compete with that, but you can't, because everybody tried to compete with that was a company, right? Ripple, and back in the day, you had Vertcoin, and you had 100 different coins that all said, we're Bitcoin, but better. They were not anonymous projects. They were all projects where the CEO could go to prison. They were all companies. It wasn't an open source, free for humanity type thing. But people kept trying to compete with that for many, many years. They would shave, 5 minutes off the confirmation time and be like, we're better than Bitcoin. And that's just ridiculous. It's like I say, it's the printing press with a bottle opener on it, And so after a while, you had these meme coins pop up. You had Dogecoin, which is the original meme coin. But the thing with Dogecoin is it's built on its own blockchain, right? They didn't cheap out. Back in 2014, there was no Ethereum to just build a token on the back of. And unfortunately, to some degree, Ethereum opened the floodgates for a lot of scams. And ultimately, people looked at Doge, and they were like, well, the Shiba Inu guys were looking at Doge and said, well, if Doge can do 5 billion, we can do at least $1 billion, right, with some other stupid dog. And unfortunately, the idiots were right. And to me, that goes to show just how desperate people are out there to put money into things that actually will do something, right? And so when I look at the coins that people are putting money into, like right now, Andrew Tate's promoting this thing called Daddy, which there's hundreds of millions of dollars flowing into this thing, and it hasn't even reached its launch price of 24 cents. It's still like at a dime. I'm like, this is a complete and total failure, all right? And so, but like I said, it just goes to show people really want something tangible to put their money into. Then I realized that there were people out there using Ethereum and other native blockchains to basically funnel money to themselves and just keep it. And then I looked at that functionality, and I saw that there was nobody using that functionality of the tax on transactions, which our tax on transactions is minimal. It's 1%. It's barely noticeable. But you look at some of these other tokens, and they have, taxes of 3, 5, 6% per transaction, which goes into fund whatever function they're doing within their system. But the thing I think that really, in the modern day, the thing that sets us apart, that really is, this is the first time anyone's ever done anything like this, is that we're not an anonymous team. That's the first thing. We're a very well known in this space team, and so that will give us the credibility we need to be able to do the distributions that we need and get the support that we need in order to do them. But like I said, I believe that this is something that anybody else can pick up on and create their own thing under the guise of a philanthropy token, where they utilize this tax for good things as opposed to just lining their pockets. So,
well, and that's, I mean, not to cut you off here, but there's something that's been so particularly frustrating about the crypto bro space is that it's selfish fucking cunts who really just, they're in it for themselves. And a couple of Bitcoin millionaires could make a one-off contribution to any number of our friends' shows or stuff like that and fund them for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Right, exactly. The thing I'm really excited about is that the more projects that we fund, the more awareness to what we're doing will grow, because fundamentally, Independent Media Token and the IMT Foundation, which is the core entity which will be in charge of the distributions. I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. However, doing it this way, and I think as our credibility grows and our name gets on more and more projects, the overall market cap of the project will grow itself, right? Because if let's just say Whitney puts out a documentary and it's completely produced by us, sponsored by us, right? Mm-hmm. We become the executive producer. Mm-hmm. And if we can get our name onto, a big chunk of the independent media space that we're funding, we'll end up, our token will end up functioning almost like a stock and go up in value as the reach of the organization grows. So.
Yeah, I mean, do you believe, because right now it would be considered an asset, right? It wouldn't be considered money until it's processed.
Well, that's for sure. It's definitely an asset. Crypto is becoming a commodity more than anything else. But fundamentally, these to me act as, so back in the day when people created new tokens and stuff, it's because their token did something special that Bitcoin didn't do, but that's not the case today. So ultimately what the token serves as is simply a platform, basically a generic platform for us to be able to function, raise money, and distribute money. Because here's the thing, like US dollars don't grow in value, they shrink in value, right? And so any token that we might create would have the opposite effect, at least in the beginning. So I truly believe this thing will reach somewhere between a $10 and a $50 million market cap, which will basically, if it hits a $50 million market cap, that'll be about $5 million a year that'll get distributed, which is a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
For a very low market cap.
Yeah. No, I mean, we did the math at the beginning of the year trying to figure out how much we would have to make a month to hire Chris and pay Chris full time to be on the show. And just between his monthly bills and mine, it's like $8 to $9 grand a month.
Right. That sounds about right.
And I mean, he's got kids. He's got a kid that's graduating high school this year. I have a kid in college now. I've got, this shit, life costs a lot of fucking money, and we're nowhere near that. We're with the current producer base, which is why everybody watching should share the fucking show, because then it will help expand both the audience and potentially expand the number of producers that we have, taking the burden off of the handful of you that really do step up every month to make sure that we keep getting to do this. But it's at the, at a loss in terms of not being able to have Chris here, in terms of us not being able to go out and do more like on the ground coverage, man on the street shit. We really would like to expand the Third Eye Carnivals. I was talking to Chris this morning. There's a comedy festival in Arkansas that Sam Talent runs. And Chris is going to start going to that comedy club right tonight, as a matter of fact, because they have an open mic night tonight. And try to get on a conversational basis with the owners there so that can be a potential venue location. Scott Armstrong is scouting a couple of locations, and I'm supposed to know more about that tomorrow or the next day.
Yep, Scott's on board. He's a media partner with us.
We announced, I think last week, that Third Eye Carnival Nashville is going to be our first one in 2025, or our first like large one in 2025. So we're going to Nashville. We're doing comedy. Tripoli's on board. He's going to be closing that event out, and I mean, it's everything is stacking up in place, but like with everything else in life, it takes a little bit of cash to freaking grease the gears.
Yeah. So, let me tell you exactly where we're at in the process. We're about to put up a timeline so people can kind of see this for themselves, but we've been working on this for a very long time. And I couldn't do it without my man Tony in Australia, Tony Gabb, my tech guy. So hats off to Tony. He coordinated the creation of the token. We spent months trying to figure out how to do this damn token ourselves, and then we're just we're stupid. So we hired some Punjabs in India to do it for us. So and it came out flawless. The audits have been phenomenal, and the token is finished, and it's just sitting there waiting to go. What we're doing now is we have to create what's called a liquidity pool. If anyone's familiar with crypto, they understand. When you launch a token, you have to have a big chunk of money to put up alongside with your token so the trading can begin. And that's where we're at now. We're in the very long and slow process of doing a private pre-sale in order to raise somewhere in the neighborhood of $7,000 to $10,000 to be able to get this thing off the ground.
And I'm good for my buy-in today.
All right, cool. So we are. That's the only thing holding us up right now is we're in the process of raising money for the liquidity pool. Plus, the market has been shit. It has been bouncing back and forth in this weird multi-year cup and handle pattern, which means that the price of Bitcoin, if you haven't noticed, has been going from about 60 to almost 70 and back down to 60 very quickly. It's a very quick trading pattern, which tells me there's a little bit of manipulation in there. I got these ETFs buying up literally $2 billion in Bitcoin last week alone. The amount of Bitcoin that these ETFs are buying up is absolutely stunning. So, but I'm expecting really people keep saying the bull market's about to start. It's not going to start anytime soon. We're looking if Plan B's stock to flow model is correct, we're not looking at a bull market till January or February, which is perfect timing for when I think we are going to get this thing off the ground and be able to launch. And it'll launch initially on Radium, Jupiter, and another decentralized exchange. And then we'll just have to wait for more money in the liquidity pool to build up before we can expand onto some of the centralized exchanges. But ultimately, the way we've designed this, that's not even really necessary. Like I said, we don't even need to generate a large market cap to be able to fulfill the promises that we're making. So.
Jesus. Jesus, help us. Come on, they do the hustle, get up early in the morning. Hit the clock, brush your teeth, it's the morning. The world's yours, player, time to get the ball in. Let's put some work in, hear the call in. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, what's the key to life? in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. Gotta feed the vibe, gotta see the guys. Read between the lines, child, gotta read the tides. They took the pizza pie, got us demonized. Playing with my money, I'ma push your teeth aside. Oh, he gonna do it to him. I just did it to him. Villainize your hustle, get some music to him. You loquacious, huh? He gonna do it to you. I can't floss my teeth while I'm chewing through ya. They tried to cancel me, bitch, how'd it work out? They tried to dance with me, bitch, how'd it work out? Their life is fantasy, bitch, how'd it work out? I could never gossip, I'm a boss and put some work out. Got the keys to the city, I'm a monster. Murder, stay winning over yonder. Walking over motherfucking crabs and lobsters. Bitch, it's just getting to the money like. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, what's the key to life? Gotta feed the vibe. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. I told my mama last night I'ma shoot you. No more Mr. Nice Goody Two Shoes. Yeah, I gotta take your life, gotta shoot you. Skip and hop and take a flight, Honolulu. Where we're going ain't no destination. Got a problem with me, bro, gon' say something. The truth don't need motivation. The troops don't need motivation. I sell it out my shows. How'd that make you feel? Top of the album charts. How'd that make you feel? Look at me build my kingdom. How'd that make you feel? Goddamn, that boy be winning. Hey, how'd that make you feel? Took me over a decade for paychecks. Yes, head to head blind, I won all the taste tests. Never allow myself to get gate kept. Oh, bitch, I'm just getting to the money like. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, what's the key to life? Oh, gotta feed the vibe. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, what's the key to life? Mother, feed the vibe. Feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Gotta feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. World fucking class. Let's go, cowboy. I'm under the influence. Hey! Yo! Yo! Can you hit me one time? Want smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. Motherfucker, alright. Can you hit me 2 times? Want smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. Motherfucker, alright. When I'm back from jail, I want the party poppin'. Already bopping. City buzzing, they already talking. Debbie gawking, Eddie jocking. I'm skunk drunk walking, one eye, Fetty whopping. We talk my shit. Business lunch, and I'm brown on that Denny's. Wanna kick it with the goons, you better have an alibi ready. Let me introduce you to my pal, my machete. I'm getting down on my Dougie. Make sure my mountains is ready. Beefing with me is a mistake. Bro, I know you smell different when you are awake. They will speak and mention me among the greats. I'm batting 1,000 shit, bitch, what does it take? Let the breaking is still on your shit. I'm a good hey, with a dash of strong arm and maybe just a pinch of some muscle. Can you hit me one time? Want smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. I'm drunk. Fucker, alright. Can you hit me 2 times? Want smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. Motherfucker, alright. I'ma get my fucking fill. Ricka bamboo, I'ma move for the kill. Ricka bamboo, I'ma move to Brazil. Got the brutes in the click, got the juice, got the drip. I'll be outside, I'll be polite. I wanna fight, I wanna Canada dry. Somebody lied, look at they cried. Did you resign? I'm out of my mind, find me some lanes. I knock them down one at a time. I'm on my prime anyway. I done through some shit, you just can't block it out. I'ma hop out, run them jewels and feed them pockets out. You got a problem, bro, we can talk it out. after I'm done fighting with the cook at the Waffle House. But the bacon is still all your shit. I'm a good thing. Goddamn. With the dash strong arm and maybe just a pinch of some muscle. Hey, how can you hit me one time? One smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. Motherfucker, alright. Or can you hit me 2 times? One smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, don't lie. Motherfucker, alright. Black and the large, got the swag, got the fun. Put your pass up the blood, live it fast and fun. Whatever you wanna do. Yeah. I'm in my bag like a lunch, got the swag, got the funk. Would you pass up the blunt, live it fast and fun, whatever you wanna do. Skadunks. That was easy as fuck.
The name of this song is Uncle Sam Damn. It's a show tune, but the show ain't been written for it yet. We're gonna see if Tony Jerome and the band can maybe work it out for me. Straighten me out right quick. I like it so far, man. Yeah. Come on, let's go. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and proud. Let's do the real. Come on now. Smoke and mirrors, stripes and stars. Stolen for the cross in the name of God. Bloodshed, genocide, rape and fraud. Written to the pages of the law, good law. The cold continent latchkey child ran away one day and started acting foul. King of where the wild things are, daddy's proud, cause the Roman Empire done passed it down. Imported and tortured the workforce and never healed the wounds or shook the curse off. Now the grown-up Goliath nation holding open auditions for the part of David. Can you feel? Nothing can save you. You question the rain, you get rushed in and chained up. Fist raised, but I must be insane, cause I can't figure single damn way to change. But welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God. All must bow to the fat and lazy. The obey me, and why do they hate me? Who, me? Only 2 generations away from the world's most despicable slavery trade. Pioneered so many ways to degrade a human being that it can't be changed to this day. Legacy so ingrained in the way that we think we no longer need chains to be slaves. Lord, it's a shameful display. The overseers even got raped along the way. Cause the children can't escape from the pain, and they born with the poisonous hatred in their veins. Try and separate a man from his soul. You only strengthen him and lose your own. But shoot that if he walk near the throne. Remind him that this is my home. Now I'm gone. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred. Hold on, give me one right here. Hold on. You don't give money to the bums on the corner with a sign bleeding from their gums. Talking about you don't support a crackhead. What you think happens to the money from your taxes? The government's the addict. With $1 billion a week, kill brown people habit. And even if you ain't on the front line, when Master yell crunch time, you right back at it. Man, look at how you hustling backwards. At the end of the year, add up what they just
garbage you're watching. I want to watch the news.
Are you making headway?
This Walker, thank you very much. What's happening, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, wherever you're hanging out. It's AM Wake Up.
Okay, there is no need for that name call. You bitch!
You got a second.
What happens when my family's murdered by the CIA, Steve?
Won't you vax that thing up? Y'all talking about eating ass in here? Why are you talking about eating ass in here?
The idea of comedy really is not everybody should be laughing. It should be about 50 people laughing and 50 people horrified.
Trying to have serious conversations about a serious thing. Y'all talking about eating the booty.
We should nip it in the bud.
Nobody can dispute the fact that we need. Oh yeah.
Tony Fauci Gumbo Suppository. You have direct insertion.
Sometimes I retract into my shell in order to avoid some of the drama that we've seen recently. But
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Spooks in space.
If you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15. You need something a little more than a gun. No, I'm not joking. Think about this.
Whatever. Taxation is theft.
Oh, God damn it, motherfucker!
I love you guys. We'll see you soon. Good luck to us all.
But wait, there's more.
October 23rd, 2024. What it do, y'all? How's it going? Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. What's happening, Teace?
Not much sleep. Other than that, little to report. How about you?
Right there with you. Right there with you. Yeah, I ridiculously, like, too much going on. So in terms of like being massively prepared for today's show, not massively prepared, somewhat prepared, trying to keep it within the theme of the show too, and avoid, the vast majority of what everybody else is going to be talking about anyway. Doing the best I can. Sometimes you just need like a little motivation. You need somebody in your corner encouraging you, and for that we're going to turn to Brother Bloodbath.
Wake your bitch ass up, cuz. Wake your bitch ass up. It's morning. And remember, some of the best things in this world came from dark rooms and alcohol. Don't be ashamed of how you got hurt. If you're a dark room alcohol baby, just know the 90s and 2000s was mad crazy, cuz. Mad crazy. Happy hump day. Incredible Hulk, baby.
All right, so I feel better. I do.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly well versed in the pick me up TikToker genre of mask wearing dudes who aren't wearing shirts. But apparently that's a good one. So that's good to know. That's the bar for future mask wearing guys giving life advice in cars. Cool.
It's a character played by a comedian named Tommy Dangerfield.
Okay.
And the character is a crip for Christ. He's cripping for Christ.
Okay.
So occasionally you will get invocations to our Lord and Savior Jesus Bartholomew Lamar Christ. Frequently you will get the spiritual advice, all just sort of delivered in that format, and it's pretty freaking hilarious, in my opinion.
It is one of the beautiful things about spirituality, because it's in everything.
Fucker.
Right? It's on the bed too. It's like,
I gotta go kick Gomez off of this bed.
You can learn spirituality from dogs on beds, because it's all like, when thy flock of dogs are not something biblical sounding, then you do thy hither, or whatever the Bible sounds like, and then the dog does what it says. There, that's buying enough time for Steve to get his shit together and get back on here. Come on, almost at the mic, almost sitting on headphones. Everything got turned upside down, people. He made one jump across the room to fight Gomez, and the entire fucking set got turned upside down.
We both get in trouble when he gets on the bed, trying to avoid that.
All right. It's like he knows it's on. You just jump at each other. It's like, well, I'm going to get in trouble. I might as well bite the guy. Fuck it.
No, all I had to do was like half stand up, and he got off the bed and came back there laid in front of me.
How did you think I wasn't going to have stand up, dog? You knew I was going to have stand up.
It's just he's got this radar for when the show starts. And so when my girl like leaves the bedroom to go, wake her kids up, get them ready for school and stuff like that, when that door shuts, he looks at me and then just alights gently onto the bed. And it's like, you fuck, dude. Wow.
You just need like a panel of Supermax sounds, like in a Supermax prison. So it'll just be like a noise will sound in the hallway to wake the kids up. And then after that happens, they'll know they don't want to hear the second alarm. So
no, dude, one of them's a teenager who could sleep through literally a marching band in her fucking room if she wanted to.
All right, fine.
They're all like
I'm
that.
not a parent. Apparently, you can't use weird Supermax prison psychological techniques on kids anymore.
I mean, you probably can. It's just then I would have to put up with that shit too. That's, bit irritating.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, hippie music, something soothing and terrifying at the same time.
Right. Ooh, we could assault them with Fish and then just wear earplugs.
Why?
The band Fish, not the.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't know how this became literally, because I mean, yeah.
I mean, I am the dude that would threaten to slap people with a mackerel. It suggests that some people just needed to be, smacked right across the face, upside the head with a live mackerel. That was, yeah. If Tommy Dangerfield can crip for Christ, I could mackerel smack for Jesus too. Yeah. Now it'd be funny if they're talking about David Allen Coe first thing in the morning. That could motivate some children. It could. Let's do one more quick comedy break before we get going with anything.
Sure.
Because the world needs to laugh.
When I decided that I'm going to take my wife's last name after our marriage this November, I knew that this is something that I want to do for women. And actually, hey, do you mind not putting my name on the screen? I don't really think it's that relevant to the story. I think more men should be making this practice common. I actually go by Rich, for the record. If you are going to, why should women have to change their name? And if me going by Rich Anderson is going to help normalize this, I've never gone by Dick, for the record. That is not, just put Rich Anderson on the screen. I'm Rich Anderson as of November. Why don't we just get a jump start on it? People are going to say all sorts of things to you, like, oh, you're letting your family name die. Well, I actually don't talk to my family. My father had the same name as me and then passed it down to me, believe it or not. And we haven't had a good... Is this funny to you? Is this like a women's rights?
It's the only joke.
Oh, shit. Good times. Good times. So before we really get into anything, the Rockfin chat is turning on the show because I did 2 hours of the kind of stuff that we normally talk about, and the third hour on Monday, Cristian T. Harris from The Rundown. I'm not sure if you know him or not. He actually testified at the Rittenhouse trial because he was one of the only people from independent media that had a camera angle in the parking lot that would little Kyle shot a pedophile and a couple other people. But he hit me up over the weekend and he was like, hey, I have a friend who's doing hosting like a independent candidates debate tonight. Has an organization called Free and Equal Elections. Would you please have her on your show? So I said, okay, friend, that sounds like something that we could do. She's not running for office. She's not pushing an actual candidate. She's pushing for a completely different concept than the one that we're currently working with. Yeah. And we had a very nice conversation. I told her from jump that I thought that voting was a consent ritual for bloodline pedophiles, and we really, believe in the practice of it. And we established that, and we went on to have a very nice discussion. the savages in the Rockfin chat only cared that there was somebody that was on there talking about a different way to approach the election system in general. And so they freaked out and they shit their diapers, and then they reached into it and they threw it at the screen, which is kind of missing the whole point. Because the whole point is that you should be able to have grown-up adult conversations with people who don't all think like you from time to time.
I don't know what the bar for internet conduct is exactly.
Me either.
I hope you're okay and that they're okay and that you all were.
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. But yeah, no, it's interesting the way that people react to certain things. And then yesterday, Corey Hughes was on because Corey and a couple other people have created an independent media token that they hope to be able to use to fund a whole bunch of independent media projects.
This is a one-size-fits-all token that you can buy some of and then award to people who are also tokenized in some way, basically.
What it does is there's apparently like a 1% tax on Solana transactions, and that's where the general fund pool comes from. I don't know, but like him and a couple people, like I've spent the last year on this. I can send you the website for it. You can take a look at it on your own time. But it actually does seem to be a fairly well conceptualized plan and a legitimate way to, within a relatively short amount of time, fund a number of projects. And of course, everybody hates that because they want us to starve to death in front of them on camera. That's the only way that they feel like they're getting a genuine connection from the content creators. If you can actually watch them physically waste away live on screen in front of you.
I think people want us to do well in I hope that person does well, but it never really occurs to them that we're not until after it visibly shows via malnutrition and other such things. Yeah. Or whatever. But the point is, we're all kind of like that. I wish it wasn't such a telling feature of the human species that we have to grind people into the ground before we're like, okay, now I'll help you. But at the same time, it's like, I think we do it out of the hope or expectation that someone will find enough threads of bootstraps in a dumpster to weave them back together and pull themselves up with them. I think it's something like that. I don't know what the human condition is right now, man.
Right. It's such a weird catch-22 to be in because they absolutely would hate on us if we woke up independently wealthy one day.
Who doesn't hate the wealthy, though? It's like, right? Oh, fuck you.
So they would hate us for that. They would hate us if people stepped in as big donors. And we're like, here, I would like you to breathe a little bit easier this month. Here's $5,000. They would hate us for that. They hate us for the $5. They hate us. It's crazy. It really is. Like the psychology behind it is so fucking wild.
It's not hatred. It's just a fucking tough time for everyone, man. And self-funded ventures are gonna be feeling those waves. Yep, that's just how it goes.
Yeah.